I always have to start out with something that's probably not usually on the agenda, but it's just the way I am. Chris said the prayer, and for all of you that know me, I'm a faith-based individual. I used not be. I used to be one of the biggest hell raisers there ever was in the county. But I'm a faith-based person. I believe that God's in control, and He's put us in charge to help bring this county back together. And folks, that's exactly what we're going to do. It's going to be under the guidance of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and the gospel that I'll do everything I possibly can to make sure that this county comes back together in a way where we can work together as not only individuals, department heads, appointed people, elected officials, but as taxpayers. I think the taxpayers' voice has been derailed for way too long. I think it's time that the taxpayers got their input established in these meetings. And I know Dave and I have agreed to this. At both meetings, the public will have a chance to talk. If we're discussing something and you don't understand something, please raise your hand. Don't blur it out, but raise your hand, we'll call on you. That's the only way this is going to work from here forward, is everybody working together. If you don't want to work together, I'm looking for people that are going to be problem solvers and bring a solution. 3 sitting commissioners up here do not have the answers to everything going on in this county. And we're not going to act like that we do. That's where we need the help from the citizens, elected officials, appointed people, workers alike. Please bring us your thoughts, your ideas, and your solutions. And we're going to make this work. A lot of good things are coming, but there's some bad things at hand. We're going to eliminate the weeds because we have to. And like a garden, everybody plants a garden, it tills it up and looks all great, and the flowers come up and the peppers come up and looks good. Next thing you know, the weeds sprout up. If you don't pull the weeds overtake the good. And in my opinion, my 2 cents worth, and the first penny don't count. We've had too many weeds. So it's time to get them pulled. With that being said, I appreciate everybody coming here today. Yes. As you know, I never stay on track, so I'll get off track. Don't mean to. Sheila's here to try to keep me on track. Paul and Joe's here. You guys have anything, please raise your hand, throw it up. County attorney will be here in a few minutes. He had a flat tire and he got changed, so he should be here about any time. We need to roll call. Myself, Commissioner Risk is here. Commissioner Burton will not be here today. He is sick, so we wish him speedy recovery. I know there's been a lot of sickness go around, and we need to pray for everybody who's sick. Now we're going to go to the approval of the minutes. I have to put my glasses on. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve. The January 9th minutes and the January 23rd minutes. I have looked over all these. I'm good with the minutes as presented. It's all in your court there.
Yeah, I'm good with them. I approve it.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes
I second.
from January 9th and also January 23rd.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
2-0. Morning, sir, how are you?
Good, how are you?
How's the flat tire changing business?
Great.
I guess I could ask you how well you like being the attorney so far.
It's great, other than the flat tire. I'm not very happy about that.
Praise God, it's all working out so far. The approval of the claims. Payroll total is $339,359.48. Regular claims are $328,749.97. Out of cycle claims, $52,987.99. With that being said, as we talked about earlier, out of cycle claims, contractors know. If they don't, they should. And everybody that's working for the county, there'll be no out of cycle claims unless it's an emergency situation. But these out of cycle claims that are here are utilities, credit cards, AT&T, and the bank loan, and Toshiba. These are approved by the state to pay out of cycle. So The total payroll and claims is $721,097.44. Make a motion to approve the claims.
Second.
All in favor, 2-0. Okay,
Now, I do want to say that out-of-cycle claims is outstanding, okay? That's how we want to see it every time. The contractor's got to get that on time, and the department heads have to get that to Sheila ASAP, okay?
financial report.
Copy of your financial report in front of you. I know you have a big agenda. Claims ended January 31st. This status cycle, or these claims you just approved are not in those totals.
Correct.
Send you an updated total.
Thank you. Anything else? Do you want to, well, we'll just do it in old business. Moving on to old business, review of the joint session with the county council. Council, I'm glad both of you are here today. And I'm just gonna jump right into this. It's not, it is what it is. I know I've talked to Paulie and Joe Fry and Anton about this situation. I think we had a good discussion at that joint session. And since we had a significant change in events yesterday, I have to put these back on for the love of God. You know, when I get to heaven, I don't have to have any glasses, so. Where's my thing about the storage units? Here it is, here it is. We're gonna talk about, we need to talk about the building department. Yesterday evening, or afternoon, late afternoon, Susan Zimmern retired effective immediately from the building department. We wish Suzanne, the absolutely best in her future endeavors, whatever she's going to do. There were some things about the building department that I wanted to speak about openly today, but Commissioner Burton is not here, so we'll be addressing some of those issues at the second meeting. But while we're on the building department, and we'll vote on this, but effective immediately, the building department will be moved out of the courthouse back to the building it was where it initially was for many years. How many of you remember that? Raise your hands. Good, so I'm not on bias by myself. This is not any source of being vindictive to anybody. I don't hate anybody. I used to. I don't anymore, because God doesn't allow it. We're making some changes for the betterment of this county and community and for contractors. We moved the maintenance guy, Steve, back to the armory. Jack's moving back to his garage. That's why I call it Jack's garage. The veteran service, is he here today? Don't see him. He will be moving to Jack's office, which is up front. The building department will be moving to the Veterans Administration office. It's set up for them. They got a window up front. People don't have to go back and back. They can lock the doors. They can take care of people. They got a lobby out there. I think it's gonna be easier access for the contractors to come in and all off the streets and stuff like that. They won't have to come in the courthouse. So I'm gonna make a motion to move the building department from the courthouse to the brick building, whatever you wanna call that building over there.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye, 2-0. Also with the building department, effective immediately, Sheila or whoever puts out the advertisements for the building administrator, and this is where you two and the rest of the council come into play, and we've talked about this. There's the storage unit, the building administrator will not be in charge of the storage units, nor will they be in charge of mapping. Mapping effective immediately, as soon as we can get this handled. Now Sheila, slap me if I'm telling a lie. Sheila was granted permission by the council to hire somebody, and that's still going on. The mapping used to be in the auditor's office for years. That's where it originated from. I spoke to Lynette, who works in the auditor's office yesterday in quite length, and she thought that would be extremely helpful. So the new building administrator will not be doing the mapping or the storage units. The mapping will go back to the auditor's office. Is that correct, Sheila, and you okay with that? And you're okay for time to help manage some of the storage unit things till we get that resolved? Okay. With that being said, as far as the building department, the election office that's down in the little room will move back to where the building department is now, and that office that Mike, is that his name? Is that, will be the human resources administrator or whoever we have, that will be their office. Whether they're here full-time, part-time, however it's gonna be, they have to have an office to work out of. To the county attorney, do you need a space to work out of when you're here, sir?
It would be helpful. One thing that would be good would be to have the files that were in the previous county attorney's office moved over here.
Okay,
Because right now, those files are in 5 metal storage cabinets at the old county attorney's office. Those either need to be at my office up in Indianapolis or somewhere here in the building.
where was the old county attorney's office at?
Didn't really have one, but you have that extra storage room over there where State Board of Accounts just left the side door to
Okay,
the brick building.
in the brick building. So we have a couple off, yeah, that's down by your, next to the kitchen there, so.
So it's really up to, in part it's up to you. You know, do you want to have those files, those file cabinets here on site? Or do you want the space and I can have them in my office?
Well, I think it's more important to have your stuff here with you instead of having to go to Indy or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Okay.
So one thing that'll have to happen is someone will have to retrieve those metal file cabinets from the previous county attorney and have them moved over to whatever office.
Okay, make note of that, then that's what we'll do, we'll find a space for you, so.
All right.
Is there any questions from anybody about the building department? Storage unit, yes,
We, as the election office, we had a room downstairs that is locked.
yes,
It was removed from us and given to the building department.
yes.
Is it possible for that to come back to the election office?
Everything's possible. We are going to go downstairs and look at that when this meeting is over. Try to determine what needs to be, who needs what space and who doesn't need what space. And we're gonna be doing that this afternoon, okay?
I told Sam about that when I went down there with you, and we gotta get in there and see what's there.
Yes. So we'll be looking at that today. Yes, Greg?
I know this is minute, but the highway department for years did the driveway permits where I in general went out and inspected the driveways myself. Sometimes my assistant did. We were able to check water flows, tell what kind of pipes needed to go in driveways, and that helped keep the roads improved. At some point in time, that was taken from the highway and moved to the building department. It was done by ordinance, but I would like to see that they come back to the highway department so we can maintain the roadways.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to bring that up. It was on the list since you brought it up. You know, I agree. I think the county highway should be involved in that. We'll have the attorney draft up an ordinance stating that the highway permits for the culverts and stuff will return back to the county highway garage effective immediately. Yes, sir.
It's not building with the mapping part, just to clarify, so that position's already been approved, Sheila, and you just have to advertise and hire for it?
For the mapping,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
we
I
can
just
use the
wanted to make
prior
sure of the
load.
time frame because that's, to know if we're having any delays on updating maps and CAD or anything.
We had,
Field.
Will that, job description have to be changed or updated? Is that,
We're gonna have to pull it, but if it was just the mapping director the last time, we'll be able to use it.
well, I
But
mean,
you
your
guys
job
can-
description that you had, the position that we approved of you was to help with payroll, but that's, I'm just,
So at your Monday's meeting, I'll be bringing the mapping job description and if there needs to be adjustments to it, because what you give me was to do what HR majority of it is, so you'll need an HR job description when Tony gets that too. But the funding is already in play in both positions, we just be moving it. Sean Scott, do you know Sean? Yeah, that initial one if you wanted. This is the mapping, he will come anytime anybody needs or calls. If you want to take one of these, you're welcome to it. I can send it to you. Just, and we're gonna have to rely on him for the next 2 or 3 weeks until we can get somebody hired, so.
Because we have to advertise for Sheila's position as well as a building administrator position, but we'll have to change the job description on that as well, so. With the storage units, just since it kind of involves, like I say, I'm off track a little bit. Ordinance number 2025. It's a new ordinance providing for the creation of a jail project fund and transfer of funds. We talked about this in our joint meeting. It says, whereas Owen County currently maintains 3 storage units fund number 40, maintains a storage unit fund number 4015. Whereas Owen County is in the process of contracting to construct a new jail, the jail project. Owen County seeks to transfer the funds from the storage unit fund to a new fund for the jail project. Therefore, be ordained by the Owen County Commissioners, Owen County Council, and Owen County Council, I'll put you on this, that the Owen County Auditor shall utilize a new fund in the budget titled the Jail Project Fund. The fund will be 9181. The storage unit fund currently contains $152,779. All funds currently in the storage unit fund are to be transferred to the jail project fund upon passage of this ordinance, and that deposit shall go to 9181-00900. Therefore, the auditor shall transfer all fees in the storage unit fund to the jail project fund once per year before December 31st of each calendar year. Is that correct, Sheila? Now, with that being said on that, Sheila, are we going to maintain any money for maintenance?
The balance amount that you give is less what was in the building storage and the maintenance, where they already had supplies and repair equipment to allow. I think it's $5,200 for the maintenance to take care of any of the issues that might come up. So there is a current balance in there of what will be left. If the building department is no longer doing the storage units, but per state board counts, you still have to have that because you will still be bringing in money each month.
Sure.
Thus, you're depositing it by the end of the year each year.
Okay. That's, I mean, I know the council's here, you guys okay with that and stuff? I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 2025, what's the last part of that?
002.
002 to approve the transfer of the storage unit funds.
I second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
So that'll be done effective immediately. Once again, the jail project, we already talked about that, review of the joint session. Now we're gonna talk about the Human Resources Office Administrator. We had a joint meeting about that with the council. It was a good meeting. This county is in desperate need, in my belief, of a Human Resources Administrator. It's been needed for many, many years. The employees should have the right to be able to go to speak to somebody without having to go into the county attorney, and because he's not going to do it anyway. He made it perfectly clear, and neither is the commissioners. The commissioners do not need to be the human resources officers, nor will we be. So I'm asking the council, I know they're going to meet on Monday night, that we come up with, I know we're working on some firms or maybe individuals to be here. I know the county attorney is also working on that. hopefully we can have this resolved, within 30 to 60 days is my goal, to get this resolved, get it advertised, get it put out there, and do some interviews. The interviews will be done between the commissioners, even though it's a appointed position by the commissioners, interviews will be done by the commissioners, the council, and any department head that feels free to want to attend the meeting. Why? I'm not a human resources officer. I wouldn't know who to hire and who not to hire. So the county attorney will be there to guide us through this, and hopefully we can get this resolved within the next 60 days. Council, does that sound good to you?
Well, we
Great.
can speak for ourselves, but yes, it's definitely, sounds good to me.
Yeah, what's your thoughts, Joe?
Yeah, I think it's, well, you said it's a long time due. With anytime you're doing county business, you want to limit your liability. And we haven't done that ever, so human resources would definitely limit your liability on all lines.
Anybody have any question from the public about the human resources? Officer, Pat, you're back there. You have a gentleman that is quite knowledgeable in this field. Pat would like to get together a meeting with a couple council members and a couple commissioners, if we can, at the first of next week, and bring this guy. This guy's very knowledgeable. He doesn't want to do it, but he is knowledgeable in this field. Is that correct, Pat?
Yeah, he's gonna listen to your concerns, and just kind of get some direction.
So I think that'd be great. We can set up a meeting next week. To the department heads and all the employees out here, you have the opportunity right now, and I've spoke about this before, to bring your concerns and your cares about this, not only human resources. We're going to get into the Toshiba stuff here in a little bit. Anything that you have on your mind that you think will be good, bad, or indifferent, you need to make sure you bring to the meeting, okay? Then when we have this meeting with human resources and Toshiba and stuff like that, I expect department heads to show up. Don't complain on Facebook. Or you can if you want to, I guess. You can complain about me all you want. I don't do social media. I think it's beneficial that we have open communication. The county attorney has spoke about that, and the council spoke about that. If you have problems and concerns, you need to bring it to us. Not talk about it behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying? And we'll get into some more of that. So please, when these meetings happen, try to attend. All the department heads, appointed people, elected officials, come to these meetings and express your concerns, because I don't know anything about a copier. I'm not gonna sit up here and pretend that I do, knocking the Toshiba guy. I don't know nothing. Ask my wife. Well, I do know a lot of things, but when it comes to copiers, I don't know nothing. So please, I want the department heads to come to these meetings, because it's gonna be essential that you do come and express your concerns and your cares about that. The next point of business is gonna be the jail project. Mr. Jeff Peters. We'll be out here by 2 o'clock. Maybe. Thank you, sir. If Judge Vandermoor shows up out there, need to bring him in so he can get back to business. Thank you, Dustin.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity. Based on our last discussion, we had several things to work through, bring you some additional information. We're also waiting for some updated numbers. So first part of this question, we had talked before about possibilities of using the Indiana Bond Bank. Would it be favorable to you? Would their program work for you? Did they also have an alternative where one of the questions was asked from the public, could you use the asset from this building, potentially other county assets, to have some quick and cheaper financing for the county? The bond bank does not have anything like that. It was kind of, like the comparison to a home equity line. That is not something that they can do. The bond bank is actually a bank of bonds. So anything that you would incur debt with them actually goes through as a full-blown bond issue so that the bond bank can actually resell it on the market if they need cash flow. Number two, the program that typical municipal projects fit in is limited to $10 million. I did have a couple discussions with the executive director of the bond bank about going above and beyond that. He reached out to some of his banks, and potentially they would go longer, or they would go some additional money, but they could not go a period of time beyond 10 years if we get into a higher amount. Third one, interest rates. The bond bank, as they price their debt to local units of government, they use an A+ rating. They would also require you to have, very likely, a debt service reserve in the form of either cash or a surety bond. And for the debt that you're looking at, I think the only way to get a surety policy is you're probably going to have to insure the entire bond issue as well. So if I insure the bond issue, you automatically get a AA rating in order for you to buy that surety. So for you not to have to put up a large amount of cash in reserve, which would inflate the cost of your project, we're already going to have a AA rating, and those interest rates will be much better than what the bond bank can provide. So financially, it would be better for you to go out onto the open market, given that scenario. Some other findings that I looked at, the Owen County Public Library in 2015, they did a straight property tax general obligation bond. It was only for $2 million in 15 years, but it did rate at a AA-, which is encouraging to me. What I'm thinking about as structure is going to be income taxes backed with property taxes for some other reasons we're going to get into. But potentially, if you rated at a AA-, you may get better rates. We may not even have to go the route of bond insurance. I spoke to bond counsel about using this courthouse asset to eliminate capitalized interest, and they said that was acceptable. Bond counsels kind of differ as to whether you have to cover the entire project asset or just the capitalized interest amount. Bond counsel that I talked to was Rick Hall from Barnes & Thornburg, which I believe he helped you initially set up your lit funds to go forward with this project. Anton had made comments about utilizing the amount of lit toward the debt service, and we talked about whenever we have revenue bonds, which income tax bonds are considered, you have to have a coverage ratio, and that coverage ratio is normally 125% of what debt service is. So if you could put forward $1,250,000 in available revenue, you could really only have a payment stream of $1 million so that you had that 25% coverage. One way to go around that is you have your correctional facility lit tax. You also have a public safety lit tax.
Correct.
If we pledge both of those together and just use part of the stream, you'll have more than enough coverage so you can fully utilize your 100% of whatever amount you agree as the council that you can spin off and carve out of that. Also talked to an underwriter about eliminating the need for debt service reserve. Debt service reserve is typically 1 year's worth of debt service payments, which, as we get through these numbers, it's a couple $1 million. So that either adds a couple $1 million to your project that you have to set aside in a cash fund if we can't fund it through a security or through a surety, which potentially requires bond insurance. The underwriter I spoke with believes that if we do the structure I described, which is income tax backed by property tax, he thinks that property tax backing in the market will make it so that potentially we don't have to have debt service reserve. So again, that cuts down on your project. So project costs and funding. Dan Zerner gave me an updated number the other day for the project that you're looking at. His estimate for construction was $24,843,280. But it does not contain soft costs, contingency, utility extension, or the cost of the bond issuance. In those soft costs, I think you've got the engineering design, all that laid in there, as well as a contingency. But his estimate for that soft cost and contingency is about $5 million. The utility extension is about another $1 million. And the cost of bond issuance, I put in at $525, assuming that we're going to do full-blown bond insurance, rating, surety, et cetera. If we throw all those together, the project cost is about $31.4 million. Based on our conversations last time, we talked about, you've got about $3 million in cash that you've already accumulated from that correctional facility lit. This year, you ought to be able to put back another $1 million. So if we take $4 million off of that, you need to fund in a bond $27.4 million. We also talked about the time period that you have 17 years remaining from the original time that you established the correctional facility lit fund for a 22-year period. That statute has been changed since.
Okay, thank you.
Today, it reads that it can be 25 years. I went back and I read your ordinance, and I'm not playing attorney, but just to bring to the attorney's attention and opinion of you as to, do you have to amend anything in order to go the extra 3 years? That would be legal counsel question. Policy question from the council: are you willing to go an additional 3 years beyond the 22 years that we originally talked about? So that's discussion probably for another day, but looking at the costs of these, debt service on that $27.4 million across 17 years would be approximately $2.25 million. And the council had indicated that they could carve out $1.315 million for annual debt service. Therefore, you're short about $935,000 a year to make the debt service on the project as it currently stands. So again, my question to the council is it possible to carve out that additional amount, $935,000 a year, from the Public Safety Lit Fund annually to still provide, and still be able to provide appropriate services? If the answer is yes, which I'm sure that would take you a lot of work to get to that yes, I think you're good to go ahead. If it's no, then you need to probably come up somewhere in the middle if you still want to just do income tax. Alternatively, the only other option I see, because you have fully deployed your expenditure income tax rates, would be to go with property tax to fund the difference. If you go with property tax to fund the difference, it will be considered a project that if you were to get a remonstrance on that project, it would meet those thresholds of being a referenda and going on the tax rolls. And we had talked about that years ago, that was not a route necessarily that you were looking toward.
There's a lot of issues that are up for legislation that involves property tax right now.
There are. And there are a lot of things that would potentially impact all of your revenue streams. This early in the session, I try not to delve into any of those too deeply because, so many changes are made that it will look substantially different from what's been presented, I'm sure. But on to number 3 on the annual debt service. If you were to go 20 years, that would reduce your payment to approximately $2.025 million, or $2,025,000 a year. that would make you short only $710,000 instead of the $935,000 of limiting that amortization to 17 years. Numbers 4 and 5, I looked at, if I took the $1,315,000 that you say that you can devote that to debt service without an issue, across 17 years at current interest rates, what I think you could get to would yield you bond proceeds of about $16.2 million. So you would be about $11.2 million short of the project that's currently presented. And again, if you had 20 years to amortize that and collected that tax for those 3 additional years, I think you could get bond proceeds of about $17.8 million, which keeps you short about $9.6 million. So again, I kind of feel like those are some things for you guys to weigh and look at. Can you eke any more out of the income tax stream? How much would you have to cut out of the project? Is that possible? Nobody wants to end up with half a bicycle, but maybe a smaller bicycle. The only other comment I guess I would make that Anton made last time was he had looked at the growth in income tax year after year. And we can't pledge that at the time we issue the bonds, so you'll have a static payment of $2,250,000 or $2,025,000 a year. However, as your income tax in Owen County grows and you have a larger distribution, that will make that payment easier to make as you go forward through these next 17 years or 20 years. So, the pain potentially would alleviate some over time as that grows because your payment won't.
All right.
And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or go down any other rabbit holes.
Could you write us a check for about 30 million, Jeff? See if we can't get you.
I can, but it'll never cash.
Well, the jail project's been going on for 15, 16 years. Chief Deputy's here. Me and him's been through this for many, many years together. We've got to do something. I mean, we got our backs against the wall with the current jail that we have. We just did a walkthrough with the insurance guy not too long ago. And, it's a mess. The current jail's a mess. We know that. But we have to be realistic as taxpayers and as commissioners and attorneys and department heads. We can only build what we can afford without straining the rest of the county's budget. You can't rob everything to do something and strain everybody else's budget to the point that our services are hampered or anything like that. We do not want to do that, and we're not going to do that. So I think, we're in some deep discussions about the property out there and stuff like that, and I think we need to have, in my opinion, for the council, taxpayers, department heads, we need to have some serious look at our finances to see exactly what we can do with Mr. Peters' help to put us in our best possible situation in order to build a jail of some magnitude without straining the budgets of everybody else. Chief knows we need a jail. I know we need a jail bad. And I want to build a jail, not just me personally, but the county needs one for liability issues. But once again, Mr. Peters made it perfectly clear. We got some options here, but in those options, it's taking money from possibly public safety. And I know that the sheriff's budget, most likely, is still, most of it's being paid out of the public safety fund. And that's a big budget. We can't afford to reduce the task force and the sheriff's office or the deputies or anything else because it's a public safety issue. So we're going to have to get creative, and the council, I know they've been weighing on this for quite some time. You have any thoughts? We're going to have, in my opinion, several work sessions, several, including Mr. Peters, and the rest of the players on this, as well as the chief and the sheriff and Elevatus and all that group, to figure out if we have any cost savings anywhere that we can utilize. Anybody got any thoughts, questions on that? Public? Anybody out in the public got anything? It's the quietest it's been so far.
Now, I did have a Zoom call with the bond bank last week, and they said that they talked to you, you was up there with them. My understanding is that they can't even come close to the USDA loan. But my problem with that USDA.
For
loan-
time period or rate?
Time period, and he said
Correct.
the interest rate was about the same. He said it's pretty close.
Yeah, the number I gave you the last time was 4 1/8, if
Okay.
you wanted to go that 40 years.
Okay. My question is on that USDA, Polly, can we get that under 40 years? Or
You
is
can
it?
pay it off anytime you want to.
But yeah, I'm not asking paying it all because
I mean, you don't have to stretch it out for 40 years.
so we could get like a 30-year on it,
Right.
okay, instead of.
The one conversation I did have with the director at the bond bank is his concern about going less than that. Will the USDA then come back and say, well, you know, if you don't need the 40-year financing, then why are you going through us?
But I didn't know if they had, I haven't talked to the USDA, so I
Yeah.
don't know
I
if
haven't
they
talked to
had.
him for quite a while.
Yeah, I only had the one conversation about what the rate was, just so that I could run some numbers based on what 4 1/8 looked like.
Okay, you know, everybody sitting here in 40 years is not gonna be here. And I don't wanna put the county in a bind 20, 30 years from now. So we need to get together and get this corrected now, so we have a working platform, what we can do, what we can spend. That's what we need to do.
Okay, do you want me to look at 40 years and see how much of just the income tax that would take to fund the,
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not looking for 40 years. I mean, I'd be looking, you know, around 25 to 30. Because the further we go out, to me, that's putting the people in Owen County and the taxpayers in more of a burden. You know, because we won't be sitting here in 10 years.
right?
And, you know, if we continue to make the minimum payments, they're struggling every time. I don't want that, okay? I want to get it paid off and be done with it.
Okay,
In 25, 30 years, you're gonna have another jail to build. So kicking it
Exactly,
down the
that's
road
what I'm getting at.
Makes no sense.
Right, that's why I want to get it done, get it paid, and be done with it. That way we're not strapping the county, Owen County, just continuously. I don't want that.
So you're showing that if we were to do this over 20 years, then we'd be 710,000 short per year, currently.
currently, yes.
So there's homework to be done there by the council to see what we can come up with if we can narrow that 710.
Correct.
And then there should be some other avenues of revenue that I don't think we've tapped into everything that's available for us, not so much into a property tax, but there's, we can account for the potential for earnings from the jail. We'll have more beds. There should be a higher revenue stream there for housing inmates if we were ever to get into the state or federal, correct?
Can, but that's gonna need more staff to house more inmates.
Yeah,
So,
but
that's gonna-
if the juice is worth the squeeze,
Right.
I spoke to another county where their jail's almost profitable. And if we're seeking something like that, then we can just reduce that 710, figure some homework there that we could do. That's not far-fetched, we haven't trimmed any fat yet.
Yeah, oh no, this is just tip of the iceberg, so.
Well, and has anybody looked into how much it would cost, selling the current jail property?
Well, we haven't yet, we need to get that,
That needs to be
but we need to establish,
factored in.
we'll have to establish where the jail is going to be for sure. I mean, we can go ahead and appraise the property, I guess, the current property where we sit, will not be in the storage unit business.
You're
Much
looking
longer.
between 800,000 to 1.5 million based off other items that are sold in
You know,
town, what people
yeah.
ask.
So that's something that we could do, and that would be a potential
What'd you say that was,
payment.
Yeah, judging by, Riddle tractor sales sold for $750. There's, the lot next to O'Reilly's, I believe, is listed for $700,000 or $800,000. The lot where the sheds are by CVS is listed for $850. So that puts you in the ballpark of.
Okay. And that's potential money to put onto
And
the
then you could also,
project.
advertise down the road. You could advertise the storage units separate, and there could be a business owner that would buy that as opposed to all of it together.
Well, I think we need to, Jeff, once again, thank you for all you. put
Thank you.
into
If I could, just two quick
Yes.
points on the USDA. Dan Zerner had shared with us the last time that if you go that route, you will have fewer bidders because of the restrictions of meeting the USDA's guidelines. So the cost of the project will be more, and he said potentially 10 or 20%. So if we're going to go down that path of USDA, I think we need to reevaluate
I'm
what.
throwing it out there.
Right, yeah, I'm just saying, I think we need to reevaluate what that cost is. And the other thing I would tell you, if you are going to be in that 20-year amount, these numbers that I worked based on current market conditions and ensuring your bond issue, we're below 4 1/8. So we're actually better off than their 40-year rate, but again, I don't know if they have a 20-year rate and what it would be.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I can definitely go back and look at that if that's the way we want to go.
I think we need, for us, we're gonna have to explore every option that we have, Jeff.
Okay.
Because, the county is not in a great financial situation to tackle a project like this without every option, but we wanna make sure that the options that we have are not detrimental to the taxpayers.
So do you want me to follow up with Dan Zerner as to what he thinks that cost escalator would be and follow up with USDA to what a 20-year rate would look like?
Yeah, even the 30. 20,
Okay,
30.
so we're willing to go 20 or 30, nothing longer than
We
30.
need all the options on the table for the taxpayers. Because I don't want to strap anybody.
Council, do you have any other questions? Attorney, do you have any questions? Council? Just need to get our heads together here soon and start having some work sessions and figure out where we're gonna be. Jeff, thank you once again for
Yeah,
everything.
thank you. Thank you.
We're gonna move on to Judge Vandermoor. He's took some time out of his extremely busy schedule to come down, so we're just gonna let you jump right ahead, sir.
Yep, there's just three things that I would like to address, and it has nothing to do with the jail or anything like that. I would like to ask the commissioners to consider reinstating, we had a community picnic that we used to do for a number of years. That was probably, 8, 10 years ago that we stopped doing that. It's not necessarily a political function, but what it is an opportunity for folks like yourselves or myself to actually meet the public that we serve on a regular basis, not at a meeting, those sorts of things. Generally, that would be all provided through donations. I believe Sam had, when we were cooking brats and these sorts of things, I mean, we got the cookers, we got the
That was here at the courthouse, correct?
right at the
Okay,
courthouse
right,
square
right,
on a
talking
nice sunny day generally, and we would need access to the property, and we would need basically your blessing to actually have the, it's not a paid function, I mean, it's gonna be on a Saturday or a Sunday generally, but it would be something that we would be giving back to the community in some form or fashion. I know a lot of the appointed, elected, or just regular employees would be happy to serve in that capacity. So I'm going to propose that you at least give some consideration to reinstating the community picnic and make that a commissioner function.
Well, I'm all about it. I know, Judge, we've talked about this a couple of times, and just a little funny tidbit, when we did this the first time, I'm gonna tell on the judge. We was out over the grills having a good time, and sent some eyebrows, didn't we?
I didn't have eyebrows for too long.
It was a great time. So,
Memorable too.
It was very memorable, and I'm all about it. I'm here to make I'll make a motion that we reinstate the community picnic effective immediately. Judge, I'd like for you, if you would, to try to find a date.
Yeah, we'll work for a date in perhaps May or June, something after the rain, before it gets 90 degrees. Try to find a Saturday that would be available, and then we can advertise that.
I make that motion.
I second.
All in favor, 2-0. It's done. It's a good deal. Yes, sir.
Second thing, and we didn't talk about this. For a number of years, the commissioners also posted a Christmas party for the employees. And I didn't have anything to do with that. I know that that was generally just done by the commissioners, but probably for the last 8 or 10 years, I've heard the county employees talk about, look, I work my ass off all day long, and really, other than getting paid by you folks, I don't get any pat on the back. I don't really have any connection with you folks. So I think that that would be something also to give some consideration to.
I agree. Back when I was the maintenance supervisor, and it's been, 2 or 3 days ago, we decorated this courthouse from top to bottom. We had Christmas trees on every floor. We had a lot of fun. We enjoyed a lot of activities inside this courthouse. We used to have people from the public come in. Had Santa Claus. I know the sheriff's office, we gave away hot dogs over in the corner. This is what's going to change the county, is to have these type of events to bring people together. So I'm all about that too as well. Do we need motions on stuff like that, or are we just going to get her done? Need a motion?
Just get that done.
Let's just get that done, okay.
Third thing, we've heard a lot of instances where public officials' lives are being threatened. I'm a special judge on a number of cases in Monroe County where we're really in the crosshairs of a lot of folks. And historically, I've hosted, when I was prosecutor, an active shooter training. And I've talked with the sheriff, and because of his skill set and the skill set of the officers, they're willing to host and train our local officials here on an active shooter training. It would be no cost to the county. I would like permission to schedule that with the sheriff and make that a mandatory thing for employees to show up. So if something does happen, God forbid that happen, but we be prepared as a community here in the courthouse to respond to such threats.
I agree with you 100%. It needs to be done, because you never know what's going to happen. So I make a motion that we approve Judge Vandemore to proceed with active shooter training, mandatory for all department heads, elected officials, employees.
I second.
All in favor, 2-0. Done deal. It's for everybody's safety, for the well-being of the community. So, yes, sir.
Okay.
I got one other thing for you, if you got just
Yes.
2 minutes. Up in your main courtroom, sir, me and you've discussed this a little
Yes.
bit. You have those old chairs.
Yes.
I'm willing to pursue, with your blessing on this, to remove all of them except for maybe the back row for historical purposes. I know the chairs you got up there now, the arms fall off of them, and there's stuff that could potentially hazard to anybody in the courtroom.
They can throw it at you. That
Yeah.
one chair, yeah, that's not good.
I'd like to move to pursue to find some church pews that have nothing on the back, nothing they can rip off, padded church pews to replace the chairs up there. Is that something that you think would be beneficial?
I think that the community at large would thank you. We do run a lot of jury trials through. Our Circuit Court 2 comes up and selects juries. The current seating is not effectual. I mean, frankly, it really, we leave a lot of seats empty just because, well, we're not able to fill those seats. So having pews would make it more comfortable. Obviously, they'd probably be more comfortable than those chairs, and some folks like yourself that may need a little more extra space, they'd probably be able to spread out a little bit. I'm just looking for comfort. I'm just saying.
I'm looking for comfort too, but.
You're asking the
Yes.
taxpayers to spend $20 million, maybe you better make the chairs comfortable.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just the way that it works.
That is the way it works, and I agree, when you, man, if I had a donut right now, so I better.
Yes, pretty pleased with sugar on top. If you can make that happen, that would be great.
If you could kind of maybe give me an idea sometime in the next week or so, like how many pews you're thinking,
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that, then, we'll get to working on that. I have some people that might be willing to help on that
Great,
cause.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge,
All right.
appreciate it. I believe he was making fun of me. That people need love to, radio project. It's all you, Chris. Matt, come on up.
I can't jack to the only other chair.
Right now on the radio project, the vendor that was selected has been given the go-ahead to go ahead and order the equipment. I have looked for or asked for notes and anything that the dispatch center may have from the previous 911 director, since she was in charge of it previously. And I got the proposals from the 3 vendors is about all I've gotten. I don't know, there's probably not notes and such from the previous director, or they've been lost or whatever. But so right now I'm going through, and these radios in the project are called subscriber units. So the system that we're putting in will be the backbone, and then these radios will be subscribing, I guess, if you want to put it that way, to the radio system and asking for permission to be on the system and such. So when I say subscriber units, that's what I'm talking about. It's handhelds, portables, mobiles, base stations. The radios themselves are the subscriber units. So what I've been doing the last week is trying to determine from every fire department how many subscriber units they need, how many handhelds, how many base stations, how many mobiles. I've been looking at, are we leaving any departments out? I've got a few departments to reach out to see if they need to be on the system. But anyway, I'm trying to compile an inventory of what radios we're going to have to purchase. And then the $150,000 that was budgeted in this project for subscriber units is not going to be enough. So I've reached out trying to identify some extra money through grants. So I guess with that being said, with the current ordinance that we have on grants, Sheila, I have to have permission from the commissioners, correct? And the council to move ahead. So if you guys would give me permission to go ahead and talk to a couple people about a grant to come up with some extra money for these subscriber units, I would sure appreciate that.
All right, that's fine with me, I have no problem. I don't think we have to motion, I think it's something you're gonna have to do anyway.
Yeah, well, I think with the, and I touched on this last meeting or a couple meetings ago, the ordinance says that we can't apply for grants without your guys' permission.
No, by all means.
Current ordinance that says they have to come to you guys and then to the council.
Gotta have an ordinance for everything, don't we?
And to refresh your memory, what I said in the last meeting or so ago, that came about years ago, that ordinance did.
It was supposed to be updated by Mr. Kerr. It never got
Yeah.
updated.
Yeah,
So we need the grant ordinance updated by the current
The
attorney.
reasoning behind that was you're only allowed 3 federal grants in the county to be active at a time. And they went to do some big project and didn't realize that there was already 3 active federal grants. So I think, personally, I think that they overreacted and said, okay, nobody asks for grants unless they get our permission. I think maybe that ordinance needs to be revisited and said, okay, nobody asks for federal grants without our permission. Because like I touched last time, a lot of times when a grant comes available, by the time I get to you guys and then get to the council,
It's already over.
it's either over or I've got such a short window that I can't effectively write a good grant, you know, so.
So what time frame are you on this now? I mean, the attorney can get a new ordinance drafted up fairly quick.
Yeah, I don't think that, because the county council's meeting is on Monday, I don't think that this is something that the ordinance has to be done for this project that I'm working on right now, but to unbind our hands in the future, I think it's just something that needs to be looked at.
So if we had it done by the next meeting, that's a couple of weeks, then we could present it and move on with that.
Yeah, I think,
2 weeks.
I think with your blessing in the meeting, allowing me to do it, and then if I address the county council on Monday, I've met my requirements, am I right, Sheila?
You know, you have my blessing, Dave.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's kind of where we're at right now with the radio project.
Okay.
I did speak with our advisor. He's hearing that we were looking at, I think, June or July to be complete. It's my understanding that the equipment may not have been ordered yet. Maybe it has been, but if it has been, it's only been a week or two. But the advisor is saying that the repeaters that we need to purchase are on a 8-month lead time. So there's no way it's going to be done in June or July.
8 months.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
so the timeline that our vendor gave us may not be accurate.
Don't sound like it.
No,
Is that, now that's ARPA money, some of it's ARPA money, correct? And does that have to be spent by the end of this year?
26.
26, okay. I was gonna say, if it had to be spent by the end of this year, we could, you know, start using ARPA money for the upfront stuff to get it paid down, but okay. But that's where we're at on the radio projects.
So is the advisory board, are you guys staying in touch and tune with talking, communicating, and make sure everybody's on the same page? Are you going to? And
I can. I don't know if maybe we need to start an email chain or something. The advisory board meets once, we're talking about the 911 advisory board.
yes,
It meets once a month, so this is something that takes a lot of daily time. So maybe I need to start an email chain to keep them in the loop on everything.
I think that'd be good. So they'll up to Jack.
Yeah, back on the grant ordinance, along with that, there's an application, and that needs to be updated too. Last time I put one was out, so I had Angie Lawson's name on it. So the application itself needs a reboot.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Chris. Okay, we're getting ready to get into some new business, and I'm gonna let Mr. Levy come up. Then I'm going to go into a discussion that everybody needs to be in tune with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This may be a little off topic from the rest of your meeting today, but nonetheless, this needs discussed. I'll read it as wrote. My name is Brett Levy. I reside and am a business owner within Owen County, state of Indiana. This is a request to the Owen County Board of Commissioners. We are all being made aware of the growing problem within our country of the nonsense of there being more than two genders. One way this is being shown to us is through presidential actions and executive orders enacted by President Trump. This nonsense of pushing more than two genders is detrimental to family structure, as it is reckless to the mindset of our children and those within our community. This request is to remove and further ban any and all display of transgenderism within our taxpayer-funded Owen County Public Library or other county properties. One example would be the Drag Queen Story Hour, which has been promoted by Spencer Pride along with other outside sources. This sexual indoctrination has no business in any publicly funded library setting nor in the other county property. I would like to leave the legal wording and the approach up to yourselves and your legal counsel. Common sense needs to be restored to our community. Thank you, and let's make Owen County great again.
Awesome.
I've given you some examples there on some readings.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You guys are allowed to approve or disapprove. This is not the first time that this has been brought to my attention, nor will it be the last. Tough road to hoe, but I stand on the gospel and always will. But with that being said, I have to turn things over to our attorney, legal aspects, I want people to understand something right now before we go any farther. I do not hate nobody. I don't condemn nobody, by no means. I may not agree with some of the things that goes on. Everybody has their own faith, so to speak, or their own dealings, and that's entirely a choice that everybody makes. But I stand on my principles and what I believe in. And once again, I go back to the biblical principles, and that's where I'll base, that's where I'm going to make my stand, regardless. But we'll have to turn this over to legal, Brett, and let him look at this inside and out and discuss this. This will be a discussion, because I have talked about it on numerous occasions. I have dealt with some of the members of the community. They have always been cordial to me, and I've been cordial back to them. But, you know, sometimes decisions have to be made, and I'm sure in the future we're going to have to make some decisions as the Board of Commissioners. Without going any further, we'll turn this over to legal and let him get his findings on this, and he'll report back to us what can and can't be done. Once again, I want the community out there to know that, you know, I love everybody, because that's what I'm supposed to do, and that's what I'm going to do, and we're going to have to work through this as a community, and it's going to happen, because it's coming, it's already here. So, you have anything on that, attorney, that you would like to speak with?
Not at this point, other than to say, I know that this drive to address issues like this has created a lot of litigation. In other words, a lot of court battles. And I think that's something we'll have to think about just in terms of cost and, you know, what would be involved in kind of moving down this path. But that's something I'll look at.
Just remember the cost of our children.
Yes.
That's right, bro.
Yeah, and, you know, Dave, he can speak on his behalf if you want to, however he feels about it. I agree, sir, with this. I believe it's God created Adam and Eve. That's my belief, and that's where I stand. But once again, I want to point out there to the community that I don't condemn nobody. I don't condone some things, but I don't condemn. But I will stand up for what the gospel says, and my instructions come from God Almighty, and that's where I'm going to follow, is my instructions. And that's where I'm going to stand on that. And after legal gets reviewed, I'm sure we're going to be bringing this back to the public. Anybody from the public got anything to say?
Counsel?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Yes. My next thing I'm gonna bring up, is probably gonna, I don't know how well it's gonna be received, but I'm gonna bring it up anyway. Greg Melton and Chad Walker are here, is that correct? Both of them's here somewhere? Dave Risk. Commissioner Burton couldn't make it today because he is sick, and once again, we want to pray for him to get feeling better and stuff like that. So some of the things that I wanted to bring today in the public, I can't bring to its entirety because he's not here. But I want to tell you something. I've had numerous meetings, phone calls, no social media. I don't respond to social media by no means. And very few emails sometimes do I respond to. But one thing that I will not tolerate is from anybody making phone calls or having discussions with contractors, people that provide service to us, and say, and this is coming back on the 20th meeting, rest assured, this will return. Telling the public, and Greg Melton and Chad Walker are witness to this, as well as Dave Risk, that this was done. That it was said that Dave Risk and I won on February 6th, which is today, that we was going to totally disband the building department. Disband. That it would no longer exist. That's an outright lie. We cannot disband the building department. We have to have a building department.
Nor did we ever say that.
Nor did we ever say it. The next question was, is we have a supplier by the name of Bomac, I believe that's the name of the supplier, that has supplied trucks to the county on different occasions. Is that correct, sir?
Since 2019.
We had a meeting 2 weeks ago. It was a night meeting. It was on a Thursday. And the following morning, the salesman, is that what he is?
Yes.
And I can't mention.
On the trail, yes, he's a salesman.
Received a phone call stating that Commissioner Risk and I didn't like him, was throwing him under the bus, and the comment was made to this gentleman that, well, it's good, it's been good working with you. You guys hear what I'm saying without mentioning any names, correct? I won't tolerate it. We didn't say anything bad about this company or the salesman. We simply asked a couple questions about the trucks, and that was that. But to have people, whether it's elected official, appointed official, department head, reaching out to our contractors or suppliers or to our vending agencies, whatever you want to call them, and saying that this new board is being detrimental to the services of Owen County is an outright, flat, freaking lie. And I'll confront you on it anytime. Because we didn't say that, nor will we say that. The same goes with Toshiba. The men are sitting up here right now. I have heard it all. I've heard complaints from department heads. I've heard complaints from this and that and so on and so forth. So with the Toshiba men sitting here, I appreciate you guys coming, by the way. What we're going to do with the Toshiba thing is that we're going to have a mandatory department head meeting with Toshiba and the commissioner, council if they'd like, because I brought this up in a meeting that Toshiba is like is contractor, provides service for us, however you want to call it, that it's detrimental that whoever's providing the service to us, whether it be a trucking service, Toshiba, IT, or whatever, reach out to the department heads to see how things are working. That's only right. Nothing against you guys, I'm not running you down. So we're gonna set up a mandatory meeting with Toshiba within 2 weeks. All the department heads need to come, because I've heard some complaints. Please bring all your complaints to this meeting and present them in front of Toshiba, because I don't know anything about the copper. I've already told you that, and I'm not gonna make decisions based on facts, what I know, because I don't know anything about it. But we'll make some decisions based off the facts of what the department heads bring. As department heads, go ahead. Anybody think that's fair so far? Yes.
Something I would suggest, and this could maybe solve some of the problem, is the elected officials, the appointed, the department heads, we don't know what the scope of these contracts are. So we don't know what everyone's agreed to. And if it fits with what we need in our office, and I mean, it may not be in the contract for Toshiba to do certain things that we need, but we don't know that.
Good point.
That's why we need to bring everybody, get together, bring all your concerns, and we can work it out from there.
Same thing with IT, I mean,
Right.
we need to know what we can expect from these contracts.
And that's why, and I agree 100%, that makes perfectly good sense. But that's why it's so important, Diane, that when we have this meeting, it's a mandatory meeting, people show up. If you don't show up to the meeting because you just don't want to be here, don't complain to me. I'm not going to have it.
More communication needs
right.
to happen.
Yes.
So that everybody understands what this contract is.
Okay.
I've never seen a contract.
Well, and once again, you know, some of the language in contracts, you know how they are, that it's about this thick, and it's life insurance policy. Life insurance policy is not for, you know, it's when you die. Well, if you die, it goes to somebody else anyway, so why do you want to read the policy for? Makes perfectly good sense. So Toshiba, I'm just asking you guys that we're going to set up a meeting here within a couple of weeks. We'll meet somewhere. I think we'll probably, I don't know if we can do it. We may have to do it after, like 4 o'clock, so we can get everybody here and discuss the ins and outs, the problems that department heads have, what they're saying is good, what they're saying is bad, and let's get something worked out. I mean, I know contracts get passed a lot of times without the knowledge of maybe all players that need to be into the know about this, and we want to deter from that. We don't want to do anything past contracts that is not generated not only in the employee or department head, but also in the public interest.
It's not fair to anyone.
It's not fair to nobody.
It's not fair to the vendors, it's
Yeah.
not fair to us if we don't all understand what we should expect from them and what they should expect from us.
Absolutely, because it's just like a blank contract, so to speak. Nothing, and once again, nothing against Toshiba by no means, but if the left hand don't know what the right hand's doing, the left hand will do whatever they want to do. So, once again, not speaking ill of yins at all. So we'll have a meeting within 2 weeks, department head meeting, 4 o'clock, 4 to 5, something like that, to discuss it. But please, bring your issues to the meeting. Okay. Toshiba, you guys okay with that?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, you may, sir.
My name is Jim Williams. I'm the district manager for Toshiba. I am a Monroe County resident, Bloomington born and bred, but I take care of Indiana University. This is Larry Dahl. He's your direct senior account representative here. I take care of Indiana University, Cook Incorporated, Spencer-owned community schools. The list goes on and on and on and on and on with Toshiba relationships. My history in this industry, Commissioner, and I do know copiers. I don't know county business, but I do know copiers. And I've been in this industry my entire career, 60 years old, and things change, and communication is the key, and contracts are confusing. I will tell you that Toshiba is the state of Indiana vendor. You have all the benefits, all the rights, all the privileges of a relationship that was vetted by the state of Indiana. If you go to your local BMV here, it has Toshiba copiers in it from us. The state obviously sees value in our relationship and value in the services we provide. We appreciate your trust, we appreciate your candor. And yes, communication is critical. And I understand that you don't necessarily all know what is included in that contract. On the front of every machine that's out there that has a Toshiba sticker on it, you may call the number on that machine. For instance, I'll give you an example. If a copier needs cleaned, or it's jamming, or you need service, that's provided in your contract. We don't know that that needs that if you don't call. And I've heard things in the past that I've addressed individually with departments such as this. Why don't you just come clean it? You know, let's say it's in a garage and it's all dusty and dirty. We don't know when it's dusty and dirty and needs to be cleaned. And you could say, why don't you just show up? Well, why doesn't Chris's department show up with the ambulance? They didn't show up with the ambulance because they weren't called. So that service is all there. There's county-owned assets, like a printer that's on somebody's desktop. It was decided by the county to save funds through the Toshiba contract, which, by the way, we saved thousands and thousands of dollars to taxpayer money over years that this has been implemented, going back, you know, prior to COVID and all that. But as an example, that desktop printer is a county-owned asset. It has a Toshiba sticker on it. It's not leased. You own it. We're not taking it away from you. We're not assuming ownership of it. Nothing. And somebody asked me that. It was your decision to put that under contract so that we could provide toner and services if you needed that printer repaired. The same staff works on those that works on the copiers. It's got a Toshiba sticker on it and it's under contract. We will come service it. We provide the toner for it, etc. There's benefit in that to the county, and to your point, you might not even know that. You might assume that since there's a Toshiba sticker on it, you don't own it anymore. That's not true. It's your property. You chose to put it under a service contract. And that's the kind of stuff that we look forward to assisting you in answering those questions, because it doesn't do us any good either, commissioners and council, to not serve your needs. You know, I've been with Toshiba since 2002. My father owned a copy machines company that opened in 1963. This is all I've ever done. But if you don't know about it, you can't answer it and you can't fix it. So I agree with you 100%. Communication is the key. We will all check our calendars and try to pick a time that's appropriate for you, and we'll be there too.
Okay, that'd be great.
So that in mind, thank you for your time. And
Thank you, appreciate that.
I do have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know much about copiers.
That's fine.
Either. In those units, is there some sort of memory chip or something that stores data on what has been copied or what has been printed?
Yeah, so on the Toshiba units, Toshiba is one of the leaders in the industry of exceeding DOD defense standards and all those things. Hence, that's part of the relationship with the state of Indiana. On a Toshiba black copy machine in the courthouse, anytime you make a copy, print, scan, email, any device that goes through that unit itself, it goes to the hard drive. That hard drive immediately overwrites that data and erases that data instantaneously, right? Once you send it from that copier to your PC or whatever, it has nothing to do with Toshiba. But there's nothing residing on that Toshiba itself other than an email address that's been put in there by your county IT department so you can send an email to yourself. You know,
Is there a way?
but the hard drive overwrites that data automatically.
Okay, so you brought up the IT. Is there a way that the IT can manipulate that to where they get a copy of that and it doesn't get erased? Or it does get erased from the copy machine? But
Get a
IT
copy of what, sir?
Whatever's being copied or printed. Is there a way that IT can store that in a separate area, but it looks like it's erased on the copy?
Not to my knowledge. Not, I mean, if you look, if you walk out to the Chris's copier today, he scans something in there, you look very quick on the bottom of the screen, it says erasing data. It's like instantaneous. It's happening like real time.
And that's every copier in the courthouse?
Every one of the black Toshiba copiers is doing that. I can't speak for your county-owned HP desktop. You know, some of those have memory in them. Some of those have things. That's. I don't know whether that's up to speed with security. That's not under our realm, right? But Yes, that's the way that the Toshiba works. Again, I can ask that question and voice that question to my security team. My knowledge of it and my years of experience and the way that thing overwrites the data, the answer to that would be no, they would not be able to do that. Now, if somebody stored a document on there, you have the ability, if the department is utilizing it, to store something on the hard drive so that you can reproduce it later. It's one of the benefits of Toshiba. In other words, you have a county form, rather than storing that form in a 3-ring binder and having to reproduce it all the time, a county could make a spot on the hard drive itself where they could store that form to reprint it on demand by walking up to the machine and saying, I need 10 of those forms. And they could reproduce that form. If it was something that was HR sensitive, they have the ability to put a password on it and protect it and do all those things. That's a little bit of user controlled stuff, you know, whether you chose to take advantage of it. But the other stuff, the daily use of the machine, it's overwritten right then. And I have all the white papers and all the security papers and can share that with anybody and get additional information to your question. But that is my understanding of the way it works.
I think what it's boiled down to has been a lack of communication, a lack of people understanding from one department head to the other department head, as well as commissioners, about what's all under the agreement of the contract, stuff like that. So I think when we have this meeting here in the next couple of weeks, we'll all sit down in a round table discussion and air out what we need to get air out, and let's get it fixed. If there's issues, if the department heads are having issues with the Toshiba, you'll have a chance to come and meet these two gentlemen and tell them face to face, because it don't do no good telling me about the problem because I don't know nothing about it. So,
And one last thing, Commissioner, if I
Yes,
may,
sir.
concerning the clerk's office. In November, it was approved and authorized to put in a new unit for them. We kept their unit the same as they had before, monochrome, color, scan, everything like that, but doesn't print and do some of the things in color that the clerk's office found out. If I'm speaking out of turn, let me know.
You're fine.
That the clerk's office determined from the state auditors that they needed a color unit. That got approved, my understanding, at the beginning of January. We actually have that documentation here to leave for your review or for you to approve today or whatever, to take out your black and white unit and put in the color unit. And maybe we should have this meeting first to discuss everything. I'm okay with any of that. I'm just letting you know, we proceeded with your request of finding you a color unit, making that budgetary change. The monochrome unit that's currently being used in the clerk's office will be removed. There's no penalty to the county for that. You are paying for the usage of it while you've got that unit now, and as soon as the new color unit goes in, that usage goes away and the new unit goes in. So we've accommodated for that at your request, and we have that information as well, and can discuss that at your leisure today or in that 2-week period.
I'd probably want
But
to
I
do
wanted
it
to bring
later.
that up.
I'd probably want to do it in a couple of weeks, because there may be more department heads that have more problems, and that way we get it all done at one time, you know, that way it's a.
Fine.
Yeah,
I just know that was an issue that was addressed and brought up, and we have addressed it as per our ability.
hands are going up everywhere, yes.
And they're correct, they were very nice when they came in. We had no idea they were coming. When he came in, he asked me if a certain commissioner had talked to me, and I said, no. They didn't ask me what I needed. Did they tell you we were coming? No. So once again, if I had known they were coming in, and they have no idea that I don't know. And there's a lease that was signed, so they had to take the one. I mean, it's not their fault that I wasn't communicated with. They were very professional, very nice. We switched it out. I came before, I was waiting till the first of the year to come before the commissioners to get a color printer. They were very nice about it.
And once again, it's lacking communication.
Communication was on our commissioners here at that time. Before you.
Glad I wasn't there.
We're not here.
Hallelujah, praise God. I'm off the hook here. Sheila?
There's a brand new unit that was sitting in the basement. Is it available? Is it still here? Is it sitting for 4 years plus? a good thing? Is it color? Can it go ahead and be transferred to her? That we can decide that.
Sheila, I'll be happy to go downstairs and look at that unit. 4 years is a long time in my brain. I don't remember which unit is down there or sitting in the basement. I'm not.
I just know that there's brand new units been down there since the day you guys started. It's wrapped in saran wrap. Steve can show you where it's at.
Be happy to look at it. Yeah, but we have her unit in the lease. The unit that was in the courthouse, in the clerk's office, my apologies, was on a lease. That lease ended in 2024. That's when the new lease was entered in for her new agreement. We've made the modifications to that lease to have that approved to put in her new color unit for the clerk's office. I will go downstairs and look at that too, and we can evaluate that situation, but I don't remember what's down there.
Okay, I'm not pleading stupidity, but do you have your color printer yet?
No. They're going to be bringing it.
The reason why you do not have the color printer yet, sir, the lease that replaced her existing unit, replaced it with what she had. We got the request to pursue what needed to happen in order to get her a color unit. We've done that. We have that information ready for your approval. Then we would order the color unit and put it in there.
Well, yeah, she has to.
I mean, obviously it's contractual. One contract is with one way, you're switching it to another device. We have that information with us today.
Something you need to look at.
And the commissioners would have to give permission.
Okay.
I can't give permission for Toshiba to bring that to you. It would have to come from the commissioners.
I give Toshiba permission to bring you a color printer.
They have to sign papers on that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So
How's
I
that?
have that paperwork here. I can go over it with you now, or we can discuss it after the meeting.
It is, I talked to the attorney and he told me we're good.
Yeah.
So if,
I'll bring it up after the meeting. The change in the budgetary amount, it's going from black and white to color, but it's the same budgetary amount that the other color units are in the county and configured with hole punch and stapling and the things that you need for your office, based upon your discussion with me that day.
yes, Steve?
I've got about, I'd say about 6 of these copy machines around, a couple here in the basement, like maybe 4 down in the armory. I don't know if they're Toshiba, but do you guys take those or?
Yeah, so, and some of these, and it might be Sheila, that's one you're referring to, but you had some county-owned assets, that were out of date for security reasons or costing you too much money or whatever. We didn't own that equipment, we didn't remove it, right? So that becomes a storage issue, it becomes something you gotta deal with. It can become a security issue. What do you do with that device that's not a Toshiba, that's not being overridden, potentially you're protecting the data you want? Those things should be properly disposed of. Let's say that you have a white cream-colored copy machine downstairs that's 15 years old. It's no longer white, it's yellow now because it's aged in the sunlight. You don't want to just go take that to your local depository for recycling because it's got a hard drive in it, and security has changed over the years. And yes, there could be something on it. At a bare minimum, you would want your IT department to take the hard drive out of that machine, and then you can dispose of it. To answer your question, yes, we do have those recycling disposal things available. We have to pay to get rid of those devices too. But that is a service Toshiba offers to the point of even, removing that stuff out of there. But we'd have to know what the scope of that project was. But as a point of advice to you, yeah, you don't want to take a machine that's downstairs, sitting there, and just go take it to the local dump and put it in there. Just like you wouldn't take one of those 5 file cabinets that's sitting in the office up there and just go throw that paper away. So, good questions.
Okay, good.
I hope I answered you, sir, but the answer is yes, we do. We'd have to understand more what we're looking at.
We have to look at it to know.
Yeah, and what you wanted us to do and all that. We do that.
Well, it's something we need to look into because, we don't need, I'm not gonna collect junk. I'll bring a dumpster.
Yeah.
I'll chuck them.
Yeah.
I'm good chucking.
Like I said, I don't know what it is, but yeah, if you've got a machine downstairs that's 20 years old, A, you're paying for storage, but But B, you got a risk there too, you know.
Well, maybe if you could take a few minutes sometime and get with Steve and go over what we got.
Be
and
happy to do that. We can do that on that scheduled day.
Yes.
We'll make a different day for you. I mean, we'll do our best to meet all your schedules. Obviously, we're running on schedules too, but we'll all work together on calendars.
Auditor just come up with just a brilliant idea. Go ahead.
I'm suggesting the 20th, that's their next commissioners meeting. We do the 20th at 4, that allows department heads right after work.
That's
to
good.
post, and then go into their meeting with whatever decisions or where we're at.
Your meeting's at 9 in the morning, right?
No, and the
No, on
20th is
26th.
at 6 p.m.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Let's do the
I already
20th.
put it down for 9 a.m. on the 20th. I did look at the time.
Well, let's do the 20th at 4 p.m.
It's fine with me.
For all department heads and anybody else, council, if you'd like to attend, please be there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And on that agreement he has to change that color, is that something we can go ahead and do, or you want to take a peek at it?
Since you've already got contracts in place with these other color copiers you've already got, I would just go forward.
Good. Bring it to us, sir. That way you don't have to sit here all day long.
Oh, we'll stay.
Oh, good, then we can sit down. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you, and I'm not contagious, by the way.
What's the matter with you?
I'm trying to fight walking pneumonia, and I can't afford to get any sicker.
I think everybody's coming down with something lately.
Yeah. Some of that state stuff that's unnecessary. I would ask, sir, that on this W-9 check up here, you know, corporation or check, I believe you guys always put other down here and put government entity, but that would be
That
relevant.
goes to her.
And then all the other paperwork, Mr. Hobbs, we have for your signature, because you would be the approved signature, so I'll answer any questions you have.
I don't have, that's the reason we got him. If you got any questions?
Yeah.
And if I may use round numbers or so, the current black and white unit in there, again, I'm going from memory, I could be off by $1. Let's say it's $98 a month, the color unit is $120.
So it's gonna be the same contract with the other colors that we already had.
Yeah, same price and everything.
Yeah, that's my question. This is the same contract that has been signed for the
You'll
other
see
color.
It actually says supplement, so it is a supplement to your existing contract.
You good, sir?
Again, the only difference in payment, Sheila, is the difference between the black and white color, and that all will be departmentally detailed like you're used to receiving. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
During the last contract that was proposed, it was said that there were other additional contracts for other units, it just wasn't at the same time. What do we have out there pending? Who else is not part of this contract?
Yeah, so this was for 8 units back at the end of last year. Those were all at end of term, end of contract, end of lease, and needed to be refreshed. There are other leases, Sheila, to your point, that are coming up. There's 2 or 3 coming up, I think, in 2026, and they stagger, you know, out through the county depending on when the department need arose. I can't answer that question off the top of my head, but it's a very easy report to generate, and I can provide you those dates, and I will have those dates for you on our meeting on the 20th. I'll tell you specifically what departments are coming up and when they're coming up and what we would want to do at that time, which does 2 things. That allows that department to communicate with us and tell us, hey, our needs have changed. Now we need 2 units. Now we need a faster unit. Now we need a slower unit. That doesn't do anything but benefit us either, right? So we'll have that for you on the 20th.
That help you out?
They were very nice when they came in and switched out. It wasn't, that was not their fault. We had no communication here that they were even coming.
That's the reason I've said this multiple times, that's over and done. Communication is gonna be key. We're gonna talk, we're gonna get along, it may not always, we have to agree to disagree, and that's okay too, but the communication aspect of it, and Paul, I know we talked about this and Joe a lot, Gotta be communication. Give me just a minute.
I think there needs to be some kind of a vendor sign-in, just so we know where they're at and who they're going to, or the departments need to be told ahead of time. That's the, if they just show up and say, we were told to come and do this and this, then we're all making phone calls or saying, you're not touching our stuff, and
Right. Now that you have that contract, you'll be able to, everybody have a heads up of what time they're showing up and
Okay, moving on here. Toshiba, thank you both for
yeah,
coming
thank you
here.
for coming.
Thank you, everybody, for your comment.
Yes. Comcast,
I am here.
there you are. Now, I can't remember your name, sir. I thought we
Well,
talked.
I am Matt Kelly.
Matt Kelly.
There's a letter on here, and then here's one for you, and then I'll share one with council as well. So I'm on behalf of my colleague Jarrett Moore, and we met with Marcy King also to disseminate information about our proposal. BEAD, it's Broadband Equity Access and Deployment. It's a
Before you go any farther, does anybody out here know about broadband out in the public? That's got any ideas about broadband? Know what it is and stuff like that? Because it's like talking to a stump when it comes to broadband, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to give you the 10,000-foot level, sir. So it's a federal program, grant program. It's administered by the Indiana Broadband Office, so part of the Indiana IoT organization under the governor's office. And it is an $868 million pool of money that's utilized to bring rural broadband, broadband to unserved, underserved addresses across the state of Indiana. And so these are all people, homes and businesses alike are eligible, but they do not receive 100 megabit download, 20 megabit upload. So they don't receive adequate broadband is what it's basically saying. So Comcast is applying for a large grant that will incorporate Owen County as well, but it's going to also include Greene, Monroe, Lawrence, and maybe a little bit of Davies County. And that's, in that letter, it talks about what we're planning on doing. It's all fiber to the premise is what we call it, so that's home or business. It's all fiber, all the way to that. We will be offering up to 10 gigabits of speed. That's super fast. Mostly only businesses, large businesses would need that kind, hospitals, so forth, so on might need that kind of speed, but it's available. It's about 850 addresses within your county as part of that project, but this is the single largest project that Comcast is going to be proposing to the state. It'll probably be 6,000 to 7,000 addresses, something like that, all in one great big project. And one of the documents that you received was guidance on a support letter. The state will only accept one letter for the entire project. So we're trying to get all the county governments to sign on to this letter. And authorized signatures are commissioners, our county councilors, and then also the auditor. Nobody else is authorized from the standpoint of the county level government. So we're not asking for any money, no taxpayer dollars, no Owen County taxpayer dollars. And we're just trying to, between the minority amount of money that we will be requesting through the grant program, and then Comcast will be investing a much greater amount of their own into this project. We want to bring broadband, fiber-based broadband to your part of your community. And so you have the map. It shows the southeast corner of Owen County. That's about, like I said, about 850 addresses in that area.
And is it my understanding, and once again, that we have broadband throughout the county, most of the county now?
I don't know that's the case.
Okay. But this is only going to incorporate the 800 and some residences that's gonna be on the southeast corner of the county, is that correct?
Correct.
Whitehall and all that.
Okay, now, let me ask this question. Is these the only people that don't have broadband, or why is it just gonna encompass this small amount?
Well, at this stage, it's the very first round of the funding. Based on our analysis of the addresses that are available, these make the most sense in concert with this larger project. It's, the state will have the opportunity to do a round 2 and 3, that they will look at, okay, what's still left in the county, and then they'll come to the provider and say, okay, who wants to bid on this area? So any other area that's not served. These are the hardest to reach addresses. It's more farmland than anything. There's a lot of forestry, that kind of, around. So it's not densely populated. So it's just very difficult to reach those and make a profit doing it.
Well, have they done any type of assessment of how many people in Owen County doesn't have broadband?
I do not know that. We would have to look and see what the state says, because they have an eligibility map. They're the ones telling us, these are the ones. It's not us saying, these are the ones that are unserved. It's them saying this.
I know we got fiber optics ran almost through all of Owen County now.
Well, I know that our EMC did a big project with fiber optic throughout, I'm gonna say 90% of the county as of this time. So, once again, this is out of my wheelhouse, and I'm not gonna tell you something I don't know. Sir?
Yeah, so is Comcast the only provider that is currently bidding for this project?
That I do not know, because every company on their own can apply. And so it's a competitive bid. So if our grant in Owen County, if it overlaps anybody else that's bidding to build those same addresses, it's whoever the score by the state is best, they're gonna get it. So they would remove it from ours. So it's like a do no harm, and it'll be one provider would be awarded, not 2 or 3 or whatever. They do not want to duplicate funding.
When you talk about no cost to the county, you're talking about no installation costs. That isn't for providing the service eventually, right?
Well, I'm saying, so the grant funding is to build.
Right.
And so we're not requesting any subsidy from the county. Now, when we do offer service, we will be offering the broadband, we'll be offering TV, we'll be offering mobile services, phone service, so multiple services that we can bundle together if a household or a business chooses, we can do that.
So if you run this through, let's say my property, and I want nothing to do with it, okay, are you gonna charge me for not hooking up to you?
No.
Okay.
In fact, because this is all brand-new build area, if someone does want service, so we build in front of their, along the road, we're gonna be in the rights-of-way of the county, so we'll be working with you for permitting and making sure we have access to the rights-of-way. We'll be paying permit fees, so forth and so on. If you choose, it'll be an free install, and it's professional install. We'll come to your house, the technician will install it inside and out, and you will not be billed for that, because it's all a brand new, and we want to make sure it's working perfectly from the very start.
Okay, but I have an option not to hook onto it.
Oh, absolutely.
No penalty.
That's right, sir.
Okay.
Baron?
The one thing that I had problems with is it goes with this, working with the state of Indiana in comparison to the people here in Owen County, right? Does it give them exclusive rights later on to where we can only use their system as they expand themselves out from this small area in the southeast corner of Owen County? In other words, the company that I'm doing business with right now is Endeavor. They provide all my fiber optics and everything, right? But if they get this contract going and we go ahead and okay it, then that means when later on they can gobble us up and then I have to be with them. I can't go sticking with Endeavor. In other words, is it monopoly, exclusively, just for them, nobody else?
So I don't know. If you're asking me, I can tell. I don't.
Right there.
Yeah, it absolutely is not exclusive. So, in fact, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Endeavor's right here as well, they would very possibly be applying for this. So any ISP that registered with the state can apply for subsidy to try to build to these addresses. So nothing is exclusive. There's a lot of competitors out there that build the same addresses as Comcast has built across the state. It's all fair competition, that's all we ask for, but it's not exclusive.
Greg?
I just want to bring up, and we're talking no cost to the county, that's a little bit of a misnomer. I don't know whether it's by ordinance or statute, I'd have to check into it. I believe it's by ordinance. The commissioners decided not to charge anybody putting in the broadband, so everybody in Owen County could have used to any fees for permitting. Highway Department spends hours going through these permits to see whether we can or cannot approve them. I have ran into problems where I have actually said no because of certain issues where we need to discuss, and then, and I'm not necessarily saying with Comcast, I'm saying countywide because there are many different companies doing this in Owen County. But then I say, no, I need to meet with the engineer out there because there's this issue, and then I go out the following day and they're doing it anyway. So, in regard to any permit fees, the county's not getting into that because the commissioners decided we needed to get this to all the citizens, and I'm in favor of that, but what I'm just want to make clear, if it was anything but this in regard to utilities, there would be a fee in regard to the permit.
All right, I agree. Well,
Go ahead.
on behalf of the commissioners, and I hope you can understand and appreciate what I'm getting ready to say. This is the reason we have this gentleman here. He'll have to review this
Okay.
in its entirety.
Okay.
Now, I believe me and you spoke, and it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this letter that has to be drafted up has to be done by February 12th.
Well, before that, we have to submit February 12th.
Okay, so the issue, and I know what he's going to tell me, is he is going to have to review this, because our next meeting is not till February 20th. So he'd have to review this in its entirety and the findings and all the good stuff, and report back to us. So can you ask for an extension
No.
on this letter?
No.
So I guess and another question, and I apologize, this is only our third meeting and we've had numerous fires to put out. For us, it's a short notice.
Absolutely.
And nothing against you or anything like that or anybody else here. I don't operate on short notice unless it's an emergency situation, because we've operated on short notices in the past and signed stuff that we shouldn't have never signed.
Yeah.
So, in all due respect for you being here, sir, I'll have to give this to legal. He'll have to due diligence on what he thinks his findings are.
Yeah, let me ask, because I want to make sure I understand exactly what it is you're asking for. What are you here today asking the commissioners to do exactly?
Basically, all we're asking the commissioners, the council, and of course, you're here, but, and then also the auditor can sign on. We're just strictly asking, would you like to have funding to come to Owen County and have Comcast be the company that invests that money plus their own into your county? That's it. We're not asking for any special treatment. And the gentleman back here with the Highway Department is correct. Owen County is a broadband-ready county. They applied for that through the state. And that's all to make it even easier to get broadband out to these areas that are just less populated. And so consequently, without these funds, these houses would not, mostly houses, but these addresses will not get service in the future, most likely, just because it costs so much per house to build in these less densely populated areas. So to me, this is it's asking nothing other than a signature. You're not tying your hands to anything.
Chief?
February 12th deadlines for Comcast only, or is that for everyone to apply?
Everybody, that's the closing date of round one grant window. And this is the only round where we get to choose the projects. Round 2 or 3, the state actually says, okay, we have this group of addresses, who wants to bid on these, and whoever is the lowest bidder, that's who would win. If nobody bids, they would look at an alternative technology such as radio, maybe even satellite, and they won't get fiber. So this is the round to get it because it's guaranteed fiber. If you put it off, it's potentially we have to deal with a dish on the roof, or they have a satellite or something that's not going to be anywhere near as good as fiber.
So if nobody else has approached the commissioners about this, then nobody's going to be able to approach within your deadline for your meeting anyway. So, I mean, I get it. I think, just my opinion, it's 2025, and people expect, not necessarily just expect, but, it's almost necessary that you have high-speed internet now. So, in that area especially, satellite internet stuff is spotty at best. I mean, and it's extremely expensive, so having access to that is obviously beneficial, especially considering cell phone service in Whitehall's terrible too. It'd be great to have fiber connection, because you can utilize that for emergency calls and things as well. But, it'll help with selling homes in the area, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, people look at that now if you're looking to buy a house, does it have access to high-speed internet? And not having access to that, I mean,
Right.
Stone Ages stuff, so, I don't know, if they're coming and no one else is coming to bid on it, I mean, I don't know why that is, but, let the opportunity pass, when they're gonna do the infrastructure, and if someone doesn't want it, they don't want it, just like running a water line or a gas line. If you don't want it, then it's back there, but we'll tap onto it now while we're doing it, and it won't cost you anything, but if you want it later, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Right.
And I will say, we'll work with the highway department, I'm sorry.
So you mentioned Marcy.
Yes.
So is this an economic development
I
grade? How was Marcy involved?
I would say this is definitely an economic development because as the gentleman just said, nobody wants to build a house, nobody wants to build a business or buy a house or a business that's in a dead zone that has no broadband access because you're cut off from the world.
Sure.
So to me, whether you're employers, I know you're a home for people that are working at some of these great businesses that's in the south central, Indiana. If they'd love to be out in the, less populated areas, but they really need the broadband.
I agree. I understand. I'll look at it. He's gonna look at it.
And I'll leave my business card.
Leave your card.
And if at all possible, if you can, like I say, we would love to have council signature, we'd love to have the auditor's
Well, they have a
signature.
council meeting Monday night,
Yeah,
and the attorney will look at it, and, once again, I have to let him look at his findings.
yes.
I know your deadline is the 12th, and he looks through it, and he thinks it's something we should proceed with and stuff like that, then he'll have to,
How long have you known about this?
Okay, the state of Indiana released a list of 104,000 addresses across the state that are eligible. Well, no, they released a list of what they call broadband service locations, which means absolutely nothing to anybody. It took a couple weeks just to translate that one code into addresses, counties, Latin long, everything that you need to then map it out, analyze the addresses, design with fiber what it would take to serve all these. So that was December 30th. So really, I would say 2 weeks ago, Monday, was the first time we had a chance to look and see what the potential projects are. So it's only been a week and a half, 2 weeks, but we've got approximately 40-ish potential grants that we're going to be applying for. This one being, like I said, the largest one.
So within 2 weeks, you're able to come up with all this and figure out all those grants?
It wasn't easy, because we still are working internally on what the exact costs are, everything, but we feel very confident these addresses, your portion of Owen County, will be a part of that grant application.
Okay. We'll let the county attorney take a look at it, and he'll get back to us ASAP. He's Johnny on the spot, and he has your card, has your number.
Very good.
And if he comes up with something, a letter, an agreement, he will contact you.
Okay, great, I appreciate
Ain't no
it.
sense me being the middleman to it, okay?
Thank you for
sir.
your time, I appreciate it, gentlemen.
We're gonna have a 10-minute recess. And when we get back, I'm gonna wash all the tire dirt off my hands now. So the gentleman can get out of here.
SCI did most of the job for this county. That's what we got.
They did,
That was
they did
years
like
ago.
90 or 95%. It's just that one area. They are, they pass you.
Yeah.
What, Sheila, what ordinance number will this be, the shooting? Okay, ordinance number 2025-003. This is about shooting ranges, people shooting at homes, businesses, out to farms, so on and so forth. We've been through a couple ordinances here in the last 6 months, and this is a revised ordinance. It breaks it down to common sense, basic. This ordinance is going to be put out to the public. This is a draft. Okay? The public was involved at the last couple of ordinances and had some issues and so on and so forth. I'm all for it. I think it's common sense. It's basic. I know we got some guys here from Sycamore Valley. Yeah, you're here.
Valley Gun Club.
That's a good place to come from. You guys will have a copy of this, and we'll get a copy of this. This is going to be put out also on the county webpage, so everybody can look at it. Because I want the public involved. I'm not gonna sit up here and make decisions on stuff without the public's input on stuff like these, because we've had a lot of input on the shooting ranges. And that one that came out was, Lord have mercy. Okay, so this here, the county attorney has presented a new ordinance. It is basic, it is down to earth, common sense, but I want the public to take a look at this. And you gentlemen from the Sycamore Valley Gun Club, please take a look at this. Take it to your representatives, discuss it, your thoughts and findings, then we'll have a vote on this on February 20th, 2 weeks from today, okay?
Okay.
I just didn't want to do it today without the public having a chance to look on this, okay?
Okay.
Everybody good with that?
You got an extra copy?
You know what, sir, you can just have mine, how's that?
Or gentlemen?
And a scholar,
Well,
225003.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Is that fair? Everybody good with that? Okay. Took care of that.
But we need to hear back from the public by the 20th, okay?
Oh, you'll hear from us.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of what we figured. I'm gonna kind of move around here a little bit. I know some of you's been here a long time, but the probation lady keeps staring at me. I think she's about, no, I'm just kidding. So, we're gonna do appointments. Everybody here? All the appointed people here? And I'm sure I'm going to miss something, but Sheila will line me out, rest assured of this. Okay. The appointed people. Is everybody here? Dennis, there you are. You can sit down, Dennis, have a seat if you want to. Chris Lunsford, do you wish to retain your position? Jack?
Yes.
Greg Melton?
Absolutely.
Dennis Busey? Steve? We ain't done nothing all day, so I had to throw that out there, man. Who else am I missing on pointing? 911, okay. I know she, you know, Lisa's back there hiding a little bit. I believe Matt had to leave, but I believe we have applications or whatever. I believe they're going to be conducting interviews. Is that correct, Lisa, or do you know yet, or what's going? Okay, well, good. That makes two of us then.
Next Friday.
It'll be a surprise.
What's?
Next Friday.
Okay, so the advisory board is taking care of that. So once they do their thing next Friday, then they'll come to the commissioners and bring their findings to us. Correct, Jack? Chris, Jack, okay. Okay, so the rest of you, want your jobs? That's not nice. No, I didn't mean it that way. Huh? Health officer, appointments to the health officer. Now, Christine, you're going to have to guide me through this because I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Okay, health board appoints the health officer, it still needs your blessing. So they have appointed Dr. Wells again for the next 4 years. need your blessing.
They have my blessing.
They have my blessing.
Then I have 2 health board spots that need redone also. Those are appointed by the commissioners, which is Jamie Lohead, pharmacist at CVS, and
Yes.
Lindsay Wilson, nurse practitioner.
They still willing to fill those positions?
They are.
Do we have a motion on all this stuff, or do we just say, okay? We have to make a motion to whatever you just said.
Yeah, appoint Dr. Wells, health officer, next 4 years, Jamie and Lindsay, health board members, next 4 years, and I'll need your signatures to send to the state.
Well, praise God. So there we have it. Second that?
I'll second that.
See, I'm not real good with some of the formalities, so. Okay, as far as the appointed people are concerned, Dave will be over,
Hey, we need to vote on them.
we did, 2-0. We win. 2-0. We vote.
All in agreement?
All in agreement, say aye. Aye, 2-0. There. I got you for 6 months, pal. I don't care what you say. Okay, the appointed people. It's going to stand as follows until further notice. Dave Risk will be over the county highway and the veteran service officer. I'll be over the rest of the appointed people at this time. There's still some things coming that will have to come to the public. And hopefully that will transpire soon. So there could be some changes in the future. But other than that, the appointed people understand who your liaisons are. Okay. As far as elected officials, everybody excluding the auditor's office. Auditor's office will be, I'm not saying answering to me, be in communication with me because we have traded a lot of information back and forth. The rest of the elected officials, you have 3 commissioners, me, Dave, and Gary. You call whoever you want to call. Makes it simple. Everybody understand or in agreement with that, or don't agree with it. That gives elected officials the opportunity to call one of the 3 commissioners. Okay? Rest assured of one thing. Decisions will be made here at this table, not outside the table. So that's what we need.
That's correct.
Decisions need to be made right here in agreement or disagreement or whatever. We're not all 3 going to agree on everything at the same time. And my way is not always the right way. And I don't mind being called out and doing something that, or saying something that I shouldn't say or whatever. That's what yous are all here for, to help to keep us in check. And the county attorney has made it very clear that he will not let the commissioners get off track, whether in a meeting or out of a meeting. And I expect the county attorney, if I'm saying something, if I'm not saying it appropriately or right, he can raise his hand, jump in, throw something, whatever he needs to do to get my attention. Because the last thing we want to do is to make decisions that are not beneficial to the taxpayers of this county. It's time that the taxpayers had a voice, and it's time that the employees had a voice, and well as the elected officials, the council. We want to work hand in hand with the council. So that's it. It's a communication link. Anybody got any questions about that? Any concerns? Man, this is just way too easy. For the probation lady that's back there, would you please rise so I can see you? What is it would you like, young lady?
I just need a member from the commissioners to be on our JRAC committee and our community corrections advisory board. Those are state mandated committees and commissions have to have a representative.
That will be me.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
And you,
Do calendar dates.
and I'm sorry you've had to wait all this time for this, but,
That's okay, I don't mind listening to all.
okay, that's,
I'm kind of interested in the county IT anyway.
sure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Health Department. Do you need, it's the appointment, that's all you need? Okay. LEPC EMAC, sir, what do you need?
I need a commissioner appointment to both those boards, and you already serve in a different capacity, and I've never experienced that before, so I don't know how to handle it.
How we handle that is, I don't mind being, I like being on, and to help with that, I've done it for quite some time. I can still be the commissioner and be a preacher at the same time. Okay, so with that being said, I will be on that board, but do we have to find somebody else from the public to sit on that board as well?
That, I think, will be up to the EMAC whenever we meet next time. We'll let them discuss that.
Okay, well, you let us.
You're the commissioner, what?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
On the redevelopment commission, Mr. Burton was asked to please to continue to sit on that. I have no problem with that. And the reason is all these decisions, stuff that are made on different committees and different meetings, stuff comes back to the court, comes back to the commissioners and to the council anyway. So I know we have a lot of redevelopment advisory boards and stuff like that, but you know, at the end of the day, when things get down to it, it's coming back here to the table. So Gary Burton will remain on the redevelopment commission. Dave Riss thought he wasn't going to have to do anything. Wrong. Dave Risk will be on the planning commission as well as the BZA, correct? Is that what that's called, Sheila? I got that right? Okay, boy. Now, we also do have to appoint a member of the public too, Sheila, on this as well? Because Mike Swafford resigned. Is that a commissioner's appointment that appoints this
They were the commissioners, correct? You guys, who did you guys have, Holly?
On that board, from the council, Daniel's gonna be on.
So yes, it would be yours, appointment.
So I make an appointment from somebody from the public, or does it have to be a commissioner? It's a public appointment, ain't
It's
it?
a public appointment.
Okay, I'm gonna make a public appointment, and if anybody throws anything at me, hit me hard the first time. And she's not here today. Pam Rogers has been, easy, calm down. We're not laughing at nobody. She is, what's the word for her?
On it.
She's on it. She's what?
Dedicated.
Dedicated, informed. Now, and people are like, oh, Sam, you're doing something. You know what? She's part of the public. There's stipulations, there's rules, there's regulations.
She is very knowledgeable when it comes to that
She will have to follow the rules and regulations, and we will see to it. I do think, and I know, I hear it now, phones are going off. Buzzers are going off, red flags are flying, stuff like that. She'll be appointed to the BZA and Planning Commission. There will be stipulations. She'll be notified of these stipulations. We'll sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk with her in a meeting, in a public meeting. She's not here today. And I don't want to discredit it. I've dealt with Pam for many, many years, and I get an influx of emails from her daily.
A lot.
So there's going to be restrictions and guidelines from her. She does have a wealth of knowledge about some things. I'll leave it at that. But as of right now, she'll be appointed to that board. I think she can help in some ways. I can see it now. We'll leave it at that. I think that's it as far as appointments and boards and all that stuff. Anybody, wait a minute, what would you like?
Well, there's the plan commission, planning and zoning, and then the BZA is separate.
Okay, well, they just wrapped it here together, so I need,
They're all gonna be together now?
I don't know, it was together here on this paper.
Okay.
I don't, so,
Because Norm, he's president of both boards, okay? And they have their separate meetings, they handle different things. The BCA doesn't need as much, it only is needed, the
Yeah.
planning commission is normally needed. Now, in my opinion, I think that Pam should be on the planning commission. But the BCA is a different appointment. I'm on the BCA, Sandra Calvert is, Norm.
Both of them.
We're gonna have to dig in and see, I believe it was Norm's term that expired December 31st.
And he did want to stay.
Okay.
Yeah, he moves so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is this,
Pam would be the planning commission.
Planning commission for Pam,
so the BZA, do I have to appoint somebody to that one as well?
I don't know what the term is, I mean, what the appointment is, if it's like with the commissioners 3 years or what, or 4 years.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I'll need some help.
But see, the building department is normally the one that takes care of that, has that knowledge, and sends out all the meeting information.
On the BZA? Okay, well, let's do it this way then. Being that we're getting ready to advertise for a building administrator, whoever the building administrator is will sit on the BZA board.
Well, they're the secretary.
Wow. Go ahead and laugh, sir.
No, I'm not.
That's okay. No, that's all right.
Part of
It is.
Part of the job duties of that administrator is they coordinate everything to schedule those
Okay,
meetings.
so they're the secretary. So we don't know if we have to make an appointment to the BZA board yet, though, because that's when Norm's on, and he told me he
Some
won't.
votes.
Yeah, we already know about the planning commission, though. We've got that. I'm talking about the BZA. Is it Norm's only position that is up on the BZA, isn't it? And he told me he wanted to stay.
That I couldn't tell you.
I can't tell, so we need to, we need to get that figured out for the next meeting then. Okay, thank you. See, show you how much. That's how we learn, though. Okay, got that took care of. CASA grant.
It's an independent contractor agreement.
Yes,
And replacing Beth Eaton.
Yes.
with John and Norris, and there's the copy of the contract.
there's something that happens every year, correct, Sheila? And we've been through, I know Beth's been here numerous times. She sent me the correspondence to this and everything. It's an independent contract agreement made in the 6th day of February 2025 by Owen County and the government municipality authorizing existing under the laws of the state of Indiana by and through its Board of Commissioners of Owen County, hereinafter called employer, and Joan Norris, hereafter called the contractor. I've read through this because, what was her name? The lady you just mentioned? Beth Eaton sent this to me. It's something that happens every year. Should we go ahead and look at this and approve it today, or do we need to, this is fine with me. It's the same as it's been for every year.
Just change names and dates.
Yeah, I make a motion that we go ahead and approve this independent contractor.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Happens every year. Treasurer, checks, bad checks, good checks, no checks,
Just outdated.
outdated.
I just come before you guys for a motion to be able to void out the 2-year-old checks. Do you want to, I don't think you got a list of those.
No, that's okay.
Do you want a list of those?
No, ma'am, that's your responsibility.
Yep, total $2,159.94.
I make a motion that the treasurer void out the outdated checks.
Second.
All in favor? 2-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Clerk? Clerk, yes?
I've come to request the wall in our back office.
Mm-hmm.
It would be 14, right over 14 feet long. And then I would like to connect a 5.5-foot wall so we can have storage for election and then an office on the other side.
Okay,
That way things get, if that gets, if she
I
gets
understand,
word,
yeah.
yes, she'll be able to get in her office.
and also we're going to go downstairs and look at the space that down there, who's occupying that, who's not, what's needed and what's not needed, okay? Okay, what's your thoughts, sir?
I make a motion, she gets the wall built. That way, but draw it out for us so, we know exactly what you need, because I don't want you getting locked in there if they lock it down. That's a bad deal right there.
Right.
So draw that out for us, but she showed me what it was, and it's just two little walls. So I make a motion to build the walls for her.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye, 2-0. Yep.
I get one first.
Steve, you heard that, didn't you? Auditor says, build the wall. That's what Trump said, wasn't it? Build the wall. Okay. Whoa, what?
All everything that's in that back room will have to be moved.
Well, that's what we're gonna look at downstairs. I don't know what's in there. It's locked.
We do have a room at the armory that's next to where the election is stored right now, that is ours, that we have, in our basement, we have cases that have to be kept. They're not used, but they have to be kept. What we'd like to do is move those down to the armory, take the ones that are up here that we do use and move those down, because there's no more room.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm worried about all the weight up there on that floor. I mean, you have a ton of weight on that floor up there.
Well, I think you'll have to get with Steve. Then maybe Steve can get with the sheriff to see if he has some trustees that could help facilitate this or help stuff like that, get that done. You all right with that, Steve? Okay. Yeah, you can chime right on in.
The recorder needs a wall.
Yes, we're going to, is that why you're here, Loretta? Go ahead, what's on your mind? Wall, you want a wall?
I mean, we've talked about it.
Yes.
Well, I need something, but I don't know how it's gonna work in there.
Well, you know what, we're gonna do something for you, like I said we was going to, but I think it will work with one of those, you talked about them in there, you can lay it down and fold it back up and stuff like that. It's still ADA accessible, people can get out, but you do need something, I agree with you 100%, and it's going to happen. The same way it's gonna happen down at the auditor's office. We got some walls and stuff up like that, we're gonna put in some windows and different things, and we're not gonna leave you out in the cold, rest assured of that, okay? Okay, one of the big stories of today is our IT department. And the county attorney's all over it. Fourth phase, I sent a letter of resignation, I guess, to their services here to Owen County. I can touch base on a little bit of it, but once again, I'm going to wait till Commissioner Burton is here to touch base on a couple other issues with that. The county attorney has been in contact with Jim Doring of fourth phase, and they're going to stay with us. They got, 30 days, sir, give or take? A little less. They're going to work with us. But with that being said, the county attorney has drafted up a scope of work for what our needs are here in Owen County. And we're going to send out this scope of work to every agency, individual, to respond back to this scope of work in 2 weeks. That's all the time we got. Is that fair?
Yes.
That's all we have. So with that being said, I once again, I wish fourth phase and the company and Jim Doring and Mike and all them the very best endeavors for what they're going to do. I wish them success. But in that situation, we are in a situation ourselves that we have to hire either a firm, an individual, or whatever the case may be to maintain our IT. And this is going to be sent out once again on the webpage and all other avenues available, Sheila, that we have. The scope of work will be sent out where everybody can see it. Anybody that's interested will have a chance to look at it. and bid on the scope of work. They're bidding on the scope of work that the county attorney has presented only. That's it. No contracts will be issued under anybody for longer than a year. We're not going into 3 or 4 year contracts with anybody. Reason of that is you have to see what somebody can do within that first year. See what's gonna cost us, what's the overruns, what's the underruns, or the case may be. So when we get the scope of work out and we get people that wanna bid on it, I've had a couple of firms and an individual already reach out to me over this, and I told them I was gonna bring this up today. And on the 20th, they can present their bid by the 20th, because we don't have any longer than that. Now, with that being said, I've heard all kinds of issues about this and that from different people, co-workers, elected officials, appointed people, about IT problems that they've had and so on and so forth. And I brought this up in the last meeting, and I'm gonna stand on this. I have yet to receive in writing from anybody a complaint. About IT. Yes.
I've been waiting for the meeting.
Yeah, I thought we were.
Yeah, so you want them, I got a stack.
Yeah, please bring me, well, I'd like to review them. Maybe I should have said it.
Okay.
I'd like to review the complaints and look at them before we have them, so I'm just brought up to speed. So anybody that can do that, please bring them to us, into attention to all 3 commissioners. You can address the council as well, because they're involved with IT just as much as anybody else. They should have the knowledge of what the complaints are and stuff, because it's a funding process that the council's gonna have to deal with. You know, we're gonna move forward. We need to be better equipped, more productive, and most of it boils down to communication problems. And so we're just gonna move forward in a positive way. We'll get to, like I say, the scope of work out. And once we get the scope of work out and we know who's gonna be bidding on it, that would be a great time to have the meeting. Because we can sit down with them and say, look, here's the problems that we've had in the past that we've dealt with, problems that we don't understand, kind of like the copiers. If we don't know, left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, it's hard to make a decision. And everybody's got different needs when it comes to IT. I'm not an IT person. It's all I can use. I can turn this red button on, that's about as good as it gets for me. So it's gonna be the help from the individuals and council and commissioners, everybody, that if you got solutions or if you got a problem, bring them both. Don't just bring the problems, try to bring some solutions too. And once we draw the line to who we're going to get, we need to make sure that we sit down with them and explain to them these problems and these issues. And you know, people need to be held accountable as a whole, not just individually all the time. As a whole, we got to be held accountable as a county to make sure that we're running this county business the best way we possibly can, if that makes sense to everybody. It's been a tough couple months. You know, we got an excellent attorney. He's been overworked. I seem like I talk to him now about every day about stuff that's coming up. And we still have issues that are on the hook that are going to be brought up in front of the public, because you're the taxpayers. It's your money that's being spent, and I don't want to hide anything from the taxpayers, and I want to be open and vocal. I want to be positive, but like I brought up this morning, some of the things that have transpired, you know, because of this, or people making phone calls, or people saying stuff bad about whether it's the council or the commissioners or department heads, stuff like that, it's going to come to an end. County commissioner sitting up here is not going to be talking to people detrimental in a bad way. We have got to work together. You know, I always ask this old saying, what would Jesus do? He would talk. He would sit down and talk. But before he would talk, he would listen. Commissioners need to take some time to listen to the elected officials, the department heads, the appointed people, and the workers themselves. That's the reason God gave us 2 ears. Listen twice as much as you are speaking. And that's what we need to do. So I want us to all come together and, we've lost IT and, Suzanne has resigned and the building inspector's resigned and we lost the 911 coordinator and stuff like that. Okay. It doesn't shut business down.
No.
It's just it's changes that are happening, whether we wanted the changes to happen or they perceived things in a certain way. It really bothered me when I talked to this gentleman last night that when he spoke, and he spoke from his heart, that he was told blatantly, outright, that we were shutting the building department down today. It would no longer exist. And, Suzanne's not here. Suzanne's my neighbor. Has been for 10 years. She's got 2 kids. We had a good neighbor relationship, folks. I'm telling this because I'm speaking from my heart. Well, it went to hell in a handbasket the last 2 years. And I still love her, and the kids do anything for her. But when people say detrimental things outside the scope of this commissioners meeting, you're going to answer to me for it. And you probably won't like it because it's wrong. It hurts the county, it hurts the individual, it hurts the people, it hurts relationships. It doesn't work. Do the council agree with that? If we cannot unite together, with God being in control and leading us, we're doomed. We'll never succeed. Yes?
Last year, I had a commissioner call one of my election vendors and change an appointment that I had with them to deliver equipment down here. And I had a conversation. I didn't find out about this until the next morning when the vendor was to come and deliver the schedule we had set up, to call and tell me, and he asked me what was happening in Owen County, why this commissioner called him and wanted to change the plans that we had made. Now, this is a vendor who signs a contract, the commissioners. So the date was changed, not on my schedule, not on Mike's when we had planned, because the commissioner called them and changed it. And I apologized on behalf of the county to my vendor that they should only have conversations with us about election stuff and nothing personal.
Well, once again, and I appreciate that, there's been a lot of things that's happened in the past. But if things like that happen now, they'll answer for it right here in a public meeting. And I hope all the department heads and appointed people understand that.
That commissioner is a current.
I understand, but that happened in the past, can't do nothing about it. But what happens from now on, if stuff like that happens and I get notified about it, it will come to a public meeting. We want things to be open and transparent.
That's correct.
Same with the council.
Once again, we had nowhere to go.
You do now, but that's what I'm saying.
It's coming.
You do now. You have a new avenue. And I'm not saying me and Dave and Gary are all that in a bag of chips, because we're not. 3 commissioners do not have the answers for everything going on in this county. That's why it's detrimental. I don't know if that's the right word or not. I don't even know what it means. Sounds good. That's why Jack's like, don't tell me. Yeah, thank you. That's why it's important we work together and communicate. Things happen right here in this meeting for a reason. So you and you and you and the public knows what's going on. Okay. We have gotten English. We have received a few applications for the building inspector / code enforcement officer. It's building inspector / code enforcement officer. They're gonna work hand in hand. It was already in the job description for the building inspector to begin with. I don't know how it got clear off in left field, but it did. The building inspector / code enforcement officer is one. We've got some applications for that. We're going to be doing interviews hopefully next week. It's going to be on Thursday or Friday. I'll get with those people and set up a time for interviews. I know we have one gentleman here that has an application in, and I appreciate him coming and sitting through this all day. We're going to put out on the web page or whatever it's called for the building administrator. Sooner than later. I know Sheila's probably thinking, we want this done by the 20th. It has to be advertised for 7 days, I believe, or 10 or 7 days. As soon as we can get that out there, because right now our building department is non-existent other than Josh Hogan and John Reeves, who's willing to step in to help facilitate some of this stuff. We are in a lock right now, but it won't last long. I'm not gonna lose no sleep over the fact because nobody's in the building department at the moment. It's all good. It's all gonna work out. We're gonna get some new people in there. And like I said, we had to change some job descriptions. That's be up to the council and some salary stuff on that, but that's up to the council to handle that kind of stuff. And we're gonna do that ASAP. We may have to call a special meeting between us to get something resolved with the building department if need be, or maybe attend a meeting in March with us to get all this approved. I don't want to delay it because it's a necessary thing for this county to have a building department and a good building department. You know, so it's going to happen. Don't fear. I don't want people worrying about stuff. I don't want you to point at people. And I say this from my heart, too. Things that's happened in the past was not right. People was mistreated. I don't know what all the words are for it, but you know where I'm getting. I won't tolerate it. Dave won't tolerate it. I can't, you know, like I say, Gary's not here, so we'll be bringing this stuff up again, but I want people, the employees, to go home and lay their head down at night and sleep good. I don't have to worry about who's micromanaging your position, doing this or doing that. I'm not in the micromanaged business. You're appointed people. I know you're going to do your jobs. I expect you to do your jobs. If you need something from the commissioners, you come see us. Yes?
Okay. I didn't know when the appropriate time to do this was, but since we have an open platform to talk about our departments, I just wanted to kind of bring you, especially since both of you are new here now, I just want to bring you to speed and kind of communicate with you about where our department is. We were very fortunate with the last cycle of commissioners to get a new vehicle. It was 17 years overdue. We are blessed to have that. We've been able to retain 5 medical legal death investigators. The last one is at training right now as we speak. We have a K9 unit that is used as a therapy dog and grief dog. But there are some things that I feel like we really need to address. And since I've got some members of the council and commissioners here, I'm just going to put it on the table now, and then we can follow up with any of that stuff later if that's okay.
Hold on.
The first issue that we have in general is just an inadequate facility. We were in the basement of the armory. We got moved over to the pole barn garage, whatever you want to call it, behind the extension office. It does serve as cold body storage, but as time goes on and as our caseload gets greater, we're seeing more and more of a need for a shift. So I don't know if you're aware or not, we do not autopsy at regional. We use a traveling pathologist, and because of such, we have been very graciously given the ability to use the coroner's office in Morgan County right now. Stan he just left me because he's going to take one over there. Mike Ellis and his wife Debbie are wonderful people. They have allowed us to be there, but at some point, you almost feel like a burden going into someone else's establishment.
Sure.
Using their equipment and being in their way while they're trying to conduct their business hours. So one of the things that I'd like to see happen in the future, we had kind of pumped the brakes for a while because there was mention of us going into the jail build. And, you know, the longer that this drags out, the more I get to thinking, if we had the equipment that we need for the traveling pathologist to be able to come to us, I actually don't think it would take very much to get us there. And conversely to that, if someone says, hey, you're gonna be moving, all that stuff could come with us too. So instead of waiting for however long it takes to get us moved into a different facility, and because we now have an administrative office that's in the old health department building, I have some things that I'd like to show you all that I think we can use to get the pathologist to come to us to reduce wear and tear on the vehicle and to make it where we're not taking our only unit out of service to do that. Because if we get a run while we're over in Martinsville autopsy, then the county's left unprotected. We don't have coroner here. We don't have anybody that can transport unless we ask EMS to do that, and they're taxed with enough as it is.
Yeah.
With that being said, we might need a little expansion or, you know, change the floor plan out a little bit. Another thing that has become very apparent to me over the course of the last month or so while everyone's been battling the flu virus, we got called to a facility recently that was dealing with norovirus. And by doing such, we needed to take protocol to reduce contamination to my deputies. We've got a shower there now, and we've got a toilet. Trouble with that is when it's cold outside, our plumbing runs the outside of the building, so our pipes are always frozen. We can't flush the toilet, we can't use the shower, and we can't wash our hands.
That's not good.
So that didn't work out real well. We had been into, I won't mention the facility, we've been into the facility, we had been contaminated, our clothing was contaminated. We didn't have an ability to take care of that in a way that's needed, and to add to that, I really think it would benefit us if maybe we could find a way to get like a washer or a dryer in there. That way we're not taking our contaminated clothing home to our families.
Okay.
And lastly, this is something that I think has been going on since about 23, when you were starting on the ADA compliance stuff, the county was looking at that. We had built ourselves a ramp right when we got into that building because we couldn't get our cot up over the edge of the door frame. And then there was mention of the paved parking lot. We were supposed to get the paved parking lot that came through with, you know, construction equipment and removed our ramp and then poured some really thick gravel with the intention, I believe, of eventually turning that into a paved area. It does flood. We are walking through 6 inches of water, and where the gravel's loose, it does.
In that building?
At that building, yeah, right outside where we park our van, there's a big dip. We have to just move the van over here. When we're unloading a body, it gets especially challenging because you're
Sure.
dealing with the natural elements like water and mud, and also that gravel being loose. If you're by yourself and you're pulling or someone around who weighs as much, you know, as I do or more, it's really hard to maneuver the cot in and out of the building. So as soon as the weather breaks or we can get something done, I'd appreciate some help with that too.
Yep. Greg?
I can probably speak to that just a little bit. Shelby and I had worked together on this project, when it all started with ADA, and I can't tell you exactly how. I just can tell you that that's what prompted this. Highway Department was directed to go down to the coroner's office as well as the parking lot across the street from the armory. And they wanted us, and I say they, the commissioners at the time, wanted us to pave those areas. One, and I have a different proposal for Shelby instead of asphalt. One, I have a road paver. I do not have a parking lot paver, and it is a monster.
Yeah.
It won't pave the coroner's parking lot. I have, we did evaluate it. My road foreman, Kevin, and my concrete man went down. We think pouring a concrete apron there would be the best thing to do. I don't know. The one thing we haven't discussed, do you want it for the whole van or just what? But if we poured a concrete apron there, I think it would be the most cost effective, and we could get it done. But what ended up happening is we just ran out of construction time last year. Brought up, because of that, I'm gonna go ahead, because Steve's in here, and address the parking lot across the street from the Armory. Highway Department was instructed to prepare that parking lot for ADA compliance. Gentlemen, what we did was we just went and found out what it would take to get a parking lot ADA compliance. And Chad, you may know the exact numbers. I'm gonna say it couldn't be more than a 2 or 3% fall in the area. And we took that parking lot down to the point to fall into ADA compliance as we were directed to do. And then it was, well, why'd you take that parking lot down that far? Where we were told to get it in ADA compliance. But we run into a problem there while excavating. There must have been an old basement right there too. And there needs to be some major work with compaction in order, if you choose to put asphalt down there, some major work, otherwise we're just wasting our money. So again, we run out of construction time, and that's where we stopped on the parking lot. But we run into the same thing with that parking lot. When you put that monster paver on that parking lot, the paver itself is almost the length of the parking lot. So as far as we can do it, but gentlemen, it won't be a pretty job. It's a road paver. It's not a parking lot paver.
Well, maybe we can rent the right equipment then and get it done right.
I think the whole issue of the coroner's office in a whole is an issue. Now, in my brief findings and stuff, when we talked about the jail and stuff like that, and I know people have brought up about, well, let's sell the property that we have to help pay for some of it, and I understand that. But when I met with the sheriff and the chief deputy, when it came out that the coroner was going to be attached to the jail, I'm like, I don't understand that. That's an expense you don't need. And they're like, well, what's your proposal? Well, when we took over the old EMS for the sheriff's deputies, that's where they are now. The road guys are in the old EMS. I told them, save the cost of building the EMS, the coroner's office in the new jail, use that money for something else. Put the coroner's office in the old EMS building. Solves your problem. Totally solves all your problems.
But that wouldn't be effective until the jail was put.
Yeah, so that's been a delay, so that is something that I propose, but in the meantime, one of the big issues that we have, and it's like it's gonna be an issue for us, especially with is the financing for this. I do agree you need some upgrades to your building or add-ons or something like that, but we're gonna have to find some money, or it's only gonna be a temporary fix. Now, I think there's room in that little lot right there. I wish the commissioners would have bought the house when they had the opportunity to buy that little lot, and they didn't. But we're gonna have to look into it, Shelby, and try to figure out a way to make your facility a better facility, because I understand, we had that building for years. I'm the one that put the garage doors in it and all that stuff like that, and paid for it out of our own budget for the sheriff's office. That's where we stored our Humvees at, you know. And I don't think it's quite adequate for what you need. So I appreciate you bringing all this to me, and we will work on trying to find a solution, because everything has a price tag.
I know it's getting warmer out, so we won't have, we'll have some months that we can deal with the plumbing issue, but when the pipes do freeze, they stay frozen for quite a while.
Well, I can imagine that.
Makes it real hard to use.
So I think we need to explore some options before we do anything, and even with Greg and paving that parking lot. I have my reservations about that as well. But we're not gonna, like I say, like Loretta, we're not gonna leave you out in the cold. We need to explore some options to help facilitate your needs. Like Loretta with her You know, she's got a very big need up here, and we're gonna have to figure it out one way or another. And we will. Regardless, we gotta do something, so appreciate it. We do have another thing I want to bring up before we get into the county highway is landfill out at Byerly Road. Greg, I believe you put up the hay on that last year.
I did.
Is that correct? And it is my understanding that, and here we go again, that you no longer want to participate in that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it is my understanding that this was an issue that was held over your head. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And this will be going into this discussion once again when all three commissioners are sitting here. Trump calling, God love him. Get with you later, buddy. With that being said, John Reeves is going to be getting with the county attorney. Because I've had 2 or 3 people approach me about they wanting to put up the hay on the landfill. There's going to be no money swap. There can't be any money swap. Somebody's going to have to put out the hay. If not, Greg's going to have to send people out there to mow it. Because we are responsible for the landfill. So the county attorney will be getting with John Reeves. And you have to like weed eat around stuff.
Basically what one does is the agreement in a nutshell is there are certain things that I believe as I did require for the inspection. There are
Yes.
wells out there, there are gas vents out there, so those have to be weeded around, and then it does have to be mowed so they could inspect the cap. Now, there are other areas besides the cap, but the cap is the portion that where the old landfill's at and where the garbage was actually
Okay.
under, the way I understand. I will tell you guys that I think when you receive it back, and I think John Reeves will tell you, you're gonna receive it back in better condition it was than when I took it.
Right.
I want absolutely no ill will with anyone. I'm just going to explain to it right here. I even had there was another commissioner sitting here. It was voted on by all 3 commissioners. I was asked if I wanted it. It's kind of been my back door. I said yes. Then after that, I know Commissioner Lowe was here. He asked me, and he was one of the book, how'd you get that? We voted on it. But Commissioner Burton asked me if I was interested in it. And again, gentlemen, it's in my back door. Kind of made issue with some neighbors. How did you get that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it was done before. I know the man that had it before. I don't know how he obtained it, but he did. And then, again, during a heated discussion, it was said, well, maybe that should have been bid in regard to the landfill. I did speak to the county attorney at the time, Mr. Kerr, and he said, no, it didn't need to be bid, so I don't know what kind of process you're going to go through to do that. But I think you're getting it back in better shape than it was, but I want absolutely nothing to do with it.
Okay. I think the process will be simple. John Reeves will get with the attorney on the stipulations of what needs to be done, mowed, trimmed, so on and so forth. There'll be no money exchanged hands for this. The county attorney will draft up the stipulations. Once he's done with that, we'll present the stipulations to the public. And anybody interested in that, since there's no money changing hands, the only fair way I know to do it is come to the meeting as soon as we can, as soon as he's ready and it's been out in the public long enough, that we come to a meeting and we put everybody's name on a separate piece of paper. And we take somebody's hat out of the public, and you put the names in a hat and shake them up, and we'll have somebody from the public draw a name.
And so you know, I obtained a set of blueprints from IDEM, so I knew exactly where everything was at, through John Reeves. I would be glad to show anyone what I've done and what needs to be done. I do not want to leave it on bad terms. I just, under the situation.
Understand.
I think that it is best. In my letter I sent to you, requesting, and as to why, I think it spells it all out.
Very clear.
Very clear, so everybody knows, but I do have, some hay stored there. It's not stored on the cap, but it is there. In weather like this, I would hate to go in and remove it, so I would like time to get that out.
Yeah, now's not the time to do it. It's too soft and up there to just tear stuff up, so.
But I will have it out of there just as quick, either a freeze or it dries up.
Sure. And speaking of the landfill, that will also be, in the very back of that will be the new shooting range for the sheriff's office. We was out there, we got a letter of support from IDEM to proceed with that. Met with John Reeves, Chief Deputy Miller, and Sheriff White. Went out there and looked it over. It's probably one of the best locations. It'll be out there, it'll be addressed, the public will know about it, so public can comment on stuff like that before we, get too involved, but it is a prime location, so that's looking good for us as well.
Sam, on that hay,
Yes, sir.
this is devil's advocate.
Yeah.
The system you were speaking of putting names in a hat, things like that, attorney will probably tell you better, but probably stay away from that.
Okay.
Because then you get into the point of what determines when somebody's doing us a favor as opposed to when somebody's making money off of us. So, it's hay and somebody's doing us a service, but if it was trees, we wouldn't just shake it up, we would take whoever's gonna pay us the most. It's $10 or $15, but that same person that would do your hay, you'd want an insurance policy on file just in case they hit something in your shooting range.
Good point, thank you. Yeah. I'm glad you're here today. You want to sit a little closer to me so I can? Very good point.
Just didn't want to get into
Yeah.
doing business.
Okay, good deal. I think the last thing, unless Sheila's coming up something, is we need to, county highway. And before Greg gets started, and that you're going to coming up, it's got to do with county highway. Commissioner Risk?
Well, I'm gonna be coming to the council here real soon. Right now Owen County has almost $5 million worth of equipment. Now, that equipment is sitting outside, okay? If I come to you and say I need a new paper because this one has rotted away out in the elements, and I need $500,000, you're gonna look at me and say, Dave, you're crazy, you're not gonna get it, we don't have it. So I'm gonna be coming to you real soon. I've got with Greg, we spoke, and with Chad, and I talked to the employees out there. We have got to get our equipment that's sitting out there rotting away under some kind of protection. Okay? Because I can't come to you guys and say, I need a new truck because I'm gonna sit out there and it's just rusting away. I mean, I'm sure you got your tractors in a barn or something, a shed or whatever it may be. Not all, well, I mean, I understand that, but when I got a piece of equipment sitting out there that's $1 million, that's not good. So me and Greg and Chad and the employees down there will get together and you'll be seeing us soon. Just give me a little heads up.
We need to make sure we're protecting our assets. I mean, we got a $500,000 paver out there that's covered up with a $60 tarp.
And that tarp don't always stay on.
And it's not, not the highway department for it, but we need to try to make sure we're protecting our assets and have a place for this equipment to be stored, at least get it out of the rain.
Have you thought of, like, how big a one would be?
Well, that's what we're gonna do. That's what me and Greg and Chad
You
did.
might look into, we're getting ready to put up a hoop building to put, and those are a lot less.
A what?
It's called a hoop building.
Oh, yes, okay, hoop building, yeah.
For our equipment. for
Clay
semis.
County's actually using those now,
Pardon?
Polly. Clay County's actually using them at their highway department now. I think they're gonna be tall enough, right? Pardon?
We're putting a semi in semis in ours.
Okay,
You
okay.
can get them different heights. That's good, hoop buildings would be good. We just need to do something to protect the assets, because, you know, county highway equipment's expensive.
Very expensive.
And to have it sitting out in the rain, you know, it's like the salt barn, you know, they put metal around the salt barn. I'm not sure who thought of that idea, but you go out there and take a look at it, it's rotted. It's just ate the metal off of the building, and I'm like, you know, so Dave's got some, very good ideas for the county highway. I appreciate Dave taking over that, and I've kind of stayed out of it because, Dave's on it and working with Greg and Chad on this, so, I look forward to what you guys can bring. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, since you started there, and I'm just gonna say, you know, right off the beginning, David, thank you. David's been out on several occasions and talked with me, and he's been through and talked with the guys. I will say that I have a group of men right now, especially my mechanics, that have been energized because of the relationship that David has already built with us. So thank you for that, and I think it's even gonna get better.
Absolutely, I agree.
We've already talked about the ADA parking lot and the corner. Those are something that, you know, it's on my list that the highway department started, gentlemen, but we're just gonna have to decide a direction to go there. That parking lot, because of that basement's gonna be pretty expensive. I mean, it's gonna suffice as a gravel parking lot, but if you wanna put a hard surface on it, we've gotta do a lot of work. And then, you know, just for, the coroner's office, I think it's more viable to just pour a small concrete apron. I think that will help, solve her water issues, and she'll be able to get, you know, her folks in and out, and actually her, clientele. I just want to read in the public, to everyone, the CCMG grant proposal has been submitted. There were some changes this year, there were some challenges, but we have a good working relationship with NDOT, and it went off without a hitch, as far as I'm concerned, folks. I watched the state of the state just like the rest of you did, so if there's still funding there, I think we will be just fine. That being said, I want to just go over these projects so everybody understands what we applied for. There are 12 projects in total. Those projects basically add up to about 13.85 miles. Now, they're no different than what the commissioners assigned the agreement to. They're the exact same roads, but in regard to NDOT, how NDOT has some of our mapping, I had to break it into 12 projects to make it work. So starting off, project 1 will be Pleasant View Road to Croft Road. Project 2 will be Pleasant View Road from Croft Road to County Road West 100 North. That is also known as Orman Road. Those are in Commissioner Riss District. Project 3, also in Commissioner Riss District, is Class Road in its entirety from Bethsaida Road to County Road 300 East, which is the Owen Clay County Line Road. Project 4 is a resurfacing of County Road 1400 West from 246 to Denmark. Gentlemen, that is Kelly Road. Project 5 will be Hollybrook Road, and that runs from State Road 67 to County Road 250 East, which is Phillips Road. And then from Phillips Road, it will go from 250 East to State Road 67, which means in its entirety, Hollybrook Road will be paved. Okay. Pea Ridge Road, in its entirety, that is Project 6. Project 7 is Freedom Road. And this, gentleman, to make things work, is gonna be broke up into sections to intersections on this road, so it spreads it out. But it will go from, the first project on Project 7 will go from US 231 to New Hope Road. Project 8 will go from, let's see, Freedom, will go from Vilas Road to Braysville Road. And what that does, that will do Freedom Road in its entirety from 231 to Braysville Road.
It's right there at that Y where it comes into that Y, is that
Yes,
correct?
right. So that gets it in its entirety. And then the resurface of High School Road in the unincorporated town of Freedom, which is listed on our inventory as Pearl Street. Gentlemen, that's only 346 feet, but we're going to pitch that road to try to keep the community center from flooding. Project 10 is Anderson Road from State Road 46 to Tuport Road. That's that road in its entirety. Project 11, let's see. Is Project 11 will be also what, this will finish out Hollybrook Road, but there's a portion of it known, believe it or not, as Country Club, and that goes to the 90-degree corner, so that will be Project 11. That does get Hollybrook Road done in its entirety. And then Project 12 just revisits Freedom Road, which indicates that road's done in its entirety. It's a waiting game now. But we've been successful since 2019,
Right.
guys, so,
In fact, I think you will be here too.
pardon?
I think you will be here too.
Yes, oh, I do too, gentlemen.
I do know that at the legislative conference that we just came back from, one of the bills that's up is reducing it down to from 2 million to 1.5. And then, I mean, I know that was one that was doing with community crossings.
Well, I mean, if something like that would happen, then, we're basically just, we'll
We'll just have to cut something until the money fits.
yeah, we'll just have to, definitely have to cut something.
Now, while you're here, Greg, sir, did we get the Facebook deal taken care of as far as them being able to open their Facebook back up?
I'm not remembering.
Anton, has Anton got with you on any of that yet?
Yes, we're ready to go. The only thing we thought was maybe Mr. Overhaul I took from the last meeting was going to write some type of ordinance in regard to Facebook. The only thing that I asked when we put it back up was that we stay within the same parameters of the sheriff's department, and it was the same thing. Our attorney said just no comment, just an informational page. Right. But David and I have talked on several occasions, and it would, we think, be very important to get that up to let people know that we are working, what we're doing daily. I was also, it was brought to my attention that one of my colleagues down in Greene County puts out a financial report as to what every dime's going to what road and what they're doing.
every quarter. I think that would be a good thing to put out there, but we would like to get that page up and moving with those parameters.
Right, and I would also like to see on your page, Greg, and we talked about this before, but I've had phone calls saying, hey, you know, highway department don't do anything, and why is my road this, that, and the other? Well, okay, that's fine. But here's the thing, if we can put on your page, when you get a call, when we talked about this, you don't have to give the person's name, just call on Hillside or wherever it may be at this date, okay? This is how we corrected it. We corrected it here on this date. That way the people know that our guys are actually out there working. Just because they don't see them doesn't mean they're not working. But that way they have somewhere to go. So you'll have the time they called, the date they called, when it was fixed, and how it was fixed. I mean, I think that's good to put on there. The people need to know where the money's being spent. And, you know, I get calls, the highway department's not doing that, and that's so far from the truth that it's not even funny. We can only do so much, people, with the money that we have on hand, and we're short $98,000 right now, which I'm upset about, but that's okay. We're gonna press on and get through this. But if we can inform the public of every single thing we do down there, there you go. I mean, I don't know how more open we can be about it. So, but you're doing a good job down there, and the guys are doing a good job. I appreciate you.
So that's something we'll deal with the county attorney if he's got any insight on what he needs to do and to get that. I mean, I think there does need to be stipulations that people responding back to people's comments, whether it be on Facebook or social media or a webpage from the county. Absolutely not. Let them comment, say what they want. Sure. But on the page, they got a phone number, they can get hold of you, Chad, or any of us. Let them call us or call you, whatever. But we're not gonna be commenting back to people and get in disagreements with people on social media.
I think what most people don't know, and I'm sorry to interrupt because I'm talking about Facebook, but on just, you know, we have 632 miles of road in Owen County. Some of it's good, some of it is really bad. I have, right now, 20 full-time employees. I'm not talking about my office staff, but I have 20 full-time employees. I still have one opening for an operator. And I have 3 part-time employees. We're working every day, but to get over that many miles with the amount of folks we got, and the calls that we get can be a daunting task. It's like right now, guys, these gravel roads are a sponge. I've got some that are worse than others that we're aware of that they're worse just because of their construction or something that was done prior, but you know, maybe it doesn't drain because, you know, 10 years ago, the decision to dump stone over the top of it instead of break up the asphalt, water can't get away from it, so it's a constant pothole mess. We have those, but with the weather the way it is right now, you know, in our office, our words are, well, you know, Goose Creek Road just ate that gravel today and we put it on it yesterday. But when you go out today, you don't hardly see it, but we are working.
Sure.
I hope to get I've hired 3 employees here. I hope to get one more hired. We made a really good hire this week. He's been in a road grader, and my gosh, I'm glad to have him because he is a very talented individual. The situation, and he very much explained it to me. He decided to apply to us, not because of money, because of family situation made him need to stay closer to home because of parents. So
Sure, I understand.
Those are the kind of things. The other thing I wouldn't, I think, and I know it's a cost, but I think would be beneficial to us gentlemen are cameras on our trucks. You know, we talked to the insurance company. I think that will that could help us there. And I'm also a proponent of GPS trackers on them. Again, I know there's a cost, but I'm gonna know where everybody's at all the time. And I mean, gentlemen, put it on my truck, you'll know where I'm at. But I think it would be beneficial to us. I just don't know what that cost is, because
Is that something you're gonna look into?
I would like to look into it, bring it to you.
Yeah, please do.
Our big equipment, like our road graders, have GPS on them, and it's part of the benefit that we get through the companies.
Right.
I could even tell you if the road grader operator shut it down wrong and it made it throw a code, that will tell me what occurred. So, I would like to have that ability on most everything, but when we talk about productivity and making sure that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, that GPS, I think, would be extremely beneficial. And then lastly, and this is gonna come off the heels of the Comcast man, but when Jim Bryan was the county attorney, there was an ordinance put together that basically says, this is what a utility, the depth the utility needed to be, where it needed to be in the right of way. At some point in time last year, not by ordinance, but that was repealed, and the depth changed to 24 inches, and it was done in a commissioners meeting. It's the pleasure of the board as to what you decide you think that depth ought to be. We did some studying when we chose 36 inches, and I know that that's deep, but gentlemen, we have to work these ditches ourselves. And when the utility companies are coming in and they're putting their utilities, at a certain depth, then we can't work our own ditches. I think, I either need to revisit that ordinance and put it back into place, or the repeal needs to be rescinded. Because I get those calls now, and it's, what is it?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, and that's something we'll have to look up the ordinance and get that fixed. The problem that we got, and you, Greg, you're well aware of this as anybody, is water on the roads. And when you have to work your ditches, you gotta cut them down 18 inches. Or you gotta be able to work the ditches, work your culverts and stuff like that. And if they're just laying them under the dirt, which I've seen some of them come along and put them like 12, 13 inches under the ground. Well, we can't do our ditches, we can't do our culverts if that's the way it is. So I agree. I think, there has to be some sort of guidelines for them to look. You're gonna have to bury it deep so we don't get into it.
If you follow the guidelines now, and really, and Chad, please jump in here if you think I'm wrong, and I don't want to misstate, because it doesn't exactly say this when you read the rules and regulations, but we're held to a standard by the utilities that they're not held to, in my opinion. For example, we do call-in locates, and we do what we're supposed to there, but when we redid Concord Road, we hit a gas line. That gas line was over top of our culvert at about 6 inches deep. Gentlemen, if I can't work
6 inches deep.
If I can't work 6 inches deep, then I can't even grade a road.
Right.
Well, it went through the regulatory commission and all of that, and we were found that we were incorrect. I opposed it. I said, I don't think it should be, but that's how they found. So the utilities are imposing these rules on us So I think that they should have to abide by something so we could work.
There need to be some sort of, and I don't know unless, once again, we have to keep him for like 8 months now instead of 6. That, you know, some utilities need to be moved out the ditch line.
I absolutely agree, Commissioner.
We
Absolutely
can't
agree.
move them back, you know what I'm saying? I seen them lay utilities here a while back, laying right in the ditch. I'm
I
like,
absolutely agree.
what's going on here? And they're laying them in our right of way. The county's right of way.
That is correct.
The county is to maintain the right of ways. That is our responsibility, so we need to dig into that and see what our findings are on that, to see if we can illustrate or something that makes them set back farther.
And my apologies, David, I'd have brought that up to you earlier, but this question came up this morning.
That's fine.
I have a company wanting me to send them something that says, oh, well, it's all right to put it down at 24 inches because they know that it was voted to do that.
Okay, we'll address that issue.
Anything else, Jim?
You're awful quiet, Chad, you got nothing?
I don't think so. I think you've got it all covered.
Gentlemen, I look forward to getting with you. We still have a road plan to put together that we publish to the taxpayers. So as soon as we could get that job done, I'd like to get it out there.
Yeah, I agree, and I'd like to meet with you, and soon we got to go out on Rocky Hill.
Very good.
That's a nightmare. And I'm gonna go out there with you, spend a day, and go through the culverts and details and what my findings are, and I'm not a road person, so, but that's something we're gonna have to address sooner or later.
I look forward to getting that road addressed.
I do need you two both here on the 20th, please.
I haven't missed one yet.
I haven't yet either, but no, so. Anybody got any questions for the county highway? No, let her fly.
So, you said 632 miles?
I think so.
I thought it had been reported at 700 before. Just, and then,
I'll have to, when we redone the mileage, so I know the mileage I have is really close now.
and then they passed out bridge inventory stuff with the last one, and they were supposed to be providing us with one manual. Could I have you follow up with Kevin?
Yeah, they'll actually be at the next night commissioners meeting, and you will have all of that. They will present.
Awesome. Thank you, Greg. Any elected officials, department heads? Sir? Go ahead. You're not, yeah, you are.
Baron Barnett, Township Trustee, here in Jackson Township. I'd like to comment on two things. First one is I worked with Shelby, down there at the coroner's office, because we've had multiple deaths in my township that I have to pay for. And the cooperation and the length of service that they give us, the people up there is really fantastic. And they really deserve better than where they are now, but wanted to say that. As far as the highway department goes, Canuck Cataract Road has been serviced, and some of the dead-end roads, I live on a dead-end road, it's just a gravel thing, and they've all been, leveled, that been machined and gravel put down. So I think somebody needs to recognize, at least these two people right here, up in my township, has done a really, really good job. I just want the county commissioners to know that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
I missed you earlier. I've got a board appointments that I need.
We're down with appointments today. Yeah. What do you got? What do you need? What's going on?
Property tax assessment board of appeals. I need some appointments. I've got Josh Kennedy, Debbie Keith. Those are, this year, we appoint these every year. This year we have to make, they're staggering their terms, so now they're 2-year terms rather than every year, and not everybody will be on the same year. So Josh Kennedy and Debbie Keith are 2-year appointments. And Chris Wesley will be the one-year appointment until next year, then he'll get reappointed for a 2-year term.
Really? So we need,
Yeah, that's new state stuff.
is everybody willing to stay on?
Yeah.
So we got Josh at 2 years, Debbie at 2 years, and Chris at 1 year, correct?
Correct. And you can do that however you want to, I just went ahead and said, okay, do 2 and 1.
Or they're okay with it?
Everybody's good.
I'm okay with it.
Make a motion, get her done.
Okay, a motion to accept this. Josh Kennedy for 2 years, Debbie Keith 2 years, Chris Wesley a year,
For the Peter Boy Board,
and, okay. And
what's that second?
council, Bill Purcell, is he here? I seen him just a minute ago.
He'll be appointed by the
The council?
Council,
council,
okay.
council to
Yeah.
the other side, so
Okay.
I'll talk to you all later.
So I'll make a motion to approve Josh, Debbie, and Chris.
I second that motion, approve Josh Kennedy, Debbie Keith, Chris Wesley to the Peter Boy Board. Josh Kennedy for 2 years, Debbie Keith for 2 years, and Chris Wesley for 1 year. Good?
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Sorry I missed you.
No worries.
Anybody else got a board they want appointed for anything? Make up something. What do you? Yes, Greg, before Chris
I'm
gets
sorry.
up. Chris gonna get up and start in on something.
When you were speaking of walls, I don't need a wall, but I need a door. And part of the reason, gentlemen, I wanted to discuss the door, just because you've got that going, I'm sure Dave will be out, but we've got the new payroll system coming. Some of the guys don't have their iPhones and things, and we have two extra laptop computers back from the COVID era that we brought back online, so they could use those to check their paychecks and approve. Well, I really don't want those out into the shop, and if there's just an extra office of, we've even discussed, does it meet fire code, but if we added a door there, the guys don't have to come clear the office, they just come into that room and it's done, and it's just a door.
You just go right ahead and put the door in, sir.
Okay.
Chainsaw, cut it right out, slap
I
it.
can do that.
How we doing on the water out there, Greg, the water system?
Pardon?
How we doing on the water system out there?
I can tell you that we have the water softener up and running. I do not have a price on the filtration system yet. Although the water, is safe to drink. I guess it's just good old smelly Owen County
I understand.
well water. And then Chad did ask, and would it be possible, since you're having the active shooter here at the courthouse, if we could make arrangements to have it there at the garage too, because I know we don't have that many people, but it might be really good to have that type of knowledge there, because we do meet a lot of public.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yes, back here in the very back.
Well, and I haven't mentioned this to Greg yet either, but those 2 laptops, I've got them out. They are Greg and Chad's old laptops, and so we need to have IT come and wipe them because it has their information on it, so I don't feel comfortable yet putting them out for the guys to
Okay.
use.
Speaking of IT, once again, I have to go back to reference the county attorney, unless they've responded to me while I've sat here, and I'll check and see if they have or not. Yes, they have. We'll get to IT. Just call Fourth Phase and get a hold of them, tell them to come out and help you. They did respond to message I sent this morning. I wasn't for sure, or I sent it last night, and then they did respond, so they're still working with us, and they said they were going to, so just contact them, take care of it. Yes, Chris?
I've received a couple agreements/contracts with Methodist Hospital, which is our sponsoring facility, and they provide medical direction for us. In the past, as far as accessing the attorney for stuff like that. It seems like with different attorneys, different boards, that process is changed all the time. We've got, a partially new board and a new attorney. Is there anything that you'd like to see? Do I just forward the emails to him and ask him to look at them? Do it need to come to you guys before I send something to him? Is he totally off the spectrum for me to be able to reach out to, or?
To who?
Me being able to reach out to him for.
No, you can reach out to him anytime you want. Yeah.
I just didn't know, it seems to change every time there's a new
Well,
attorney or.
I don't want every, and let me back up just a minute. He has to leave, he's had it, he says.
Not true.
Not true. I thought, I don't want every department head inundating the county attorney with issues. So, but you got a little different situation with your stuff. I tell you, just in for sake of transparency for everybody, Chris, just send it to the commissioners. Then we'll you want to CC him on it and stuff like that? I think that would be good as well, because you got a little different situation going on, and I don't want to miss nothing. You know what I mean? It's important for your office. Not taking nothing away from anybody else
I
either.
just didn't want to overstep any bounds. Make sure
Well-
everybody's all on the same page.
Yeah, is that okay with you, sir? That's okay with him too, so let's do that. Anybody else from the public? I haven't. Yes, young lady.
We missed the county credit cards.
We'll get to that in a minute. Sorry, I didn't know. But,
Sorry.
Mr. White,
I thought we were still on the elected and appointed officials.
you go ahead. It don't make no difference.
A couple of weeks ago, we caught ourselves in a conundrum with a $1.3 million project going on and no county employee to be in charge of it. And with your help, we railroaded Chris Lunsford into taking that project on. And as he said earlier, this is very time consuming.
Yes.
Chris Lunsford was probably our most overutilized employee at the time that you put him in charge of that project.
I agree.
And he has taken on a ton more, and I just thought he should be recognized for what he's doing and the amount of time that he's spending, and just the fact that he bailed us out, because he was the one guy that had been on the news, familiar with radios, and that project. He was really the only guy that could do it, and he stepped up and did it. And I think it's pretty big of him.
Well, my hat's off to you, Chris, and, and I'm not trying to swell his head any more than it already is, because he has to buy me lunch. Chris Lunsford is one of the most dedicated employees this county's ever seen, ever had, and ever will have, as far as I'm concerned. And he does a lot behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about. I've had the opportunity to speak with Chris on some of the things that he does do behind the scenes. And like a lot of you, do a lot of stuff behind the scenes that the public don't know about. So not only Chris, but all the department heads and all the elected officials, and for the public, you just do a lot of stuff behind the scenes that some other people don't know. So I just want to say my hat's off to all of you for doing what you do, whether you're elected, appointed, I don't care if you're the janitor. My hat's off to everybody doing the job that you're doing, because it's going to make this a better county to not only work in, but to live in as well. So my hat's off to everybody, including the public. Anybody else?
I'm not done, that's just what I started.
Oh, I'm sorry, man, that's my fault.
I want to give you an update on moving. First of all, Steve done a fantastic job of getting out of there and getting the place ready for me. I've been in contact with Sheriff White, and there's a little bit of an issue getting help from the people that are visiting down there to come give us a hand. They've had some illness and things, and it's going to be late next week.
Okay.
Plan B was Beth would get a motorized scooter and pull it down there for us, but she hasn't upgraded yet. But we are working on it. It's just slow going. So
Well,
I'm sorry about that.
No, that's quite all right. I mean, it's work in progress, buddy.
And there'll be I guess we're doing them grant applications still. Without being updated, there'll be a grant application next week for hazardous mitigation plan, they're wanting us to do that. So it used to be 5 years now. I think the money's starting to run out, and they want to make sure everybody gets one more round of it, so
Good,
I'll be filling that out and bringing it to you.
awesome. Is that it for you?
That's it. That's it.
For you, Mr. Busey, as soon as he leaves his office, make him sweep the carpet.
Sweeper's already in there.
But I have spoken to you, I went down and spoke to you, you're gonna be moving from where you're at, your office is gonna be where his office is at, okay?
Okay.
Now, right behind you is another room, okay? Another office on the same side of the hallway, correct?
Yes?
Okay, so Steve, the maintenance man that we have, hi Steve, I'm gonna throw you under the bus. Between your office and that next office, put in a door,
Okay.
okay? Because that's where, I don't know what her name is.
Melanie?
Because you said that she speaks to people and has to have a private
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's a big enough room for her, but you will have access to each other by a door, okay?
Okay.
Fair enough?
Sounds fair.
Does that work for you?
Yes, it does.
Oh, praise God, things are getting better all the time. Credit cards, anybody else got anything from the public or?
Yes.
No, yes.
Instead of me, swap those two people around. Mel going to Jack's office, I go in the other office. And if you put a window in there for her to speak with people at the window, that'd be,
Jack brought that up. That's good, that is a good idea, so, yeah, I don't care which office you're in, it doesn't, but get with Steve about the door and about the window. And, I mean, he ain't done nothing all day, so, no, gotta give you, sorry, Steve.
Sandy, the meeting for all department heads, is that February 20th?
February 20th, 4 p.m.
Okay, is that enough time?
Yes. They'd give us about 2 hours. It'll be here at the courthouse. Credit cards, Sheila.
Thought I was so rudely skipped over.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay, at the last meeting, we talked about obtaining credit cards and reaching out and seeing what we could find. I checked with Owen County State Bank and Crane. Crane can issue cards with, that says Owen County government on it only. Owen County State Bank cannot, it has to have a person's name. So that was the goal in the end, because again, of putting somebody's personal information out there. I'm requesting permission to go apply for it. We still want the same group of people to have them, and we wanted to add the health department. So we need 2 for the commissioners, and 1 is for conferences, and the other 1 is for the other departments that need them too, with the limit. So we got the health, the sheriff, EMS, highway, and 2 for the commissioners, if I may.
You may. Do we have a motion? Why does everything have to have motion? I make a motion for Sheila to get with Crane, is that Crane? To get the 6 credit cards, is that what it is, 6? With only Owen County government name on it, not somebody's personal name, and distribute them to the entities that need them.
I'll second.
All in favor? 2-0. Anybody else from the public? How many of yous out there? I know it's 4 hours, praise God.
Well, I still haven't got my dinner from
You
him
still
from the
got-
last meeting.
Knock it off.
So,
Sheila's not done, sorry Sheila, I know, my fault,
So there was an envelope that was left for the building department. We believe that she left her phone on forward because the calls are coming into the auditor's office. So requesting permission to not have them forward. We will periodically check them throughout the day, but we need some direction on what you want us doing with the building, with the calls and the permits, who's gonna issue them,
I have no idea. No, that is something, she's speaking of an envelope here that hasn't been opened, that is gonna be opened by me. I have no idea what's in it, but, let's just keep it transparent. I'll open it now. I would like for, Mr. Reeves, to help us out in any way. Yes? It's like an access card, a key, deposits, receipts. I'm writing to dear County Commissioner. I'm writing to you I am writing to notify you that I'm providing my resignation from my position as the Building and Mapping Coordinator and Storage Unit Manager with Owen County, effective immediately. Thank you for all your support you have provided me during my tenure with Owen County. Best regards, Suzanne Zimmerman. I make a motion that we accept Suzanne Zimmerman's resignation.
A second.
Is there any vacation time you guys need to pay out or anything on that?
I don't know yet.
She already got paid out, yeah.
No, there's, that's not the end of it. There's duties, she left, I thank her for this. She left the duties that the Planning and Building Director, GIS Manager does, the Mapping Department, Floodplain Administrator, General Office duties, other things that she does. Okay, things that will need to be done, you'll need to contact Mike Hyatt at Mike Hyatt, yada, PayGov regarding the credit card payments for storage units and building permits. Please pass on to the public and to your associates that this is a work in progress. We apologize for the inconvenience that it might cause. It'll be just short term. We're going to advertise for a building administrator immediately, and hopefully we can get somebody hired. I like to get it done within 30 days. I like to get it done sooner if it's all possibility, but we're going to have the help of Josh Hogan, Sheila and John, and anybody else that's got any knowledge of that kind of stuff. Don't hesitate to help us out, okay? We're going to have to work together until we get somebody in there. We don't want to slow down anything, but, sorry. It is what it is, but it won't be long. It won't, hopefully in 30 days, we'll have it back up. And we'll have somebody in there and gain knowledge. I think taking away the storage unit and the mapping from the building administrator will relieve the duties from them. So I want the next person that is hired, appointed, however you want to call it, I want them to concentrate on the building department, inspections, permits, rules and regulations, stuff like that, and not have to worry about the other obstacles that's in their way, because it just takes up, I'm sure it took up a lot of Suzanne's time, and I don't think that's necessary. My hat's off to the auditor's office. They're going to be taking on a little bit of extra work for us, and she's going to have to advertise for her new position immediately. I just ask everybody to please work together, okay? Don't get bent, out of shape too much. Take somebody out and get a cheeseburger, have a Coke or something, and enjoy life a little better. Don't frustrate over this kind of stuff. It's going to settle itself, okay? Mr. White,
I got one more thing.
Let her fly.
Before I bring that up,
Yeah.
Suzanne also updated the WTH, like there's a road out or bridge out or something like that. I have personally always felt like that should be part of the 911 dispatch duties. 24/7, something comes in, they can put it on there. But those duties were given to her. I don't know if 911 can reach out to WTH and get that switched over, but that service needs to continue, and it doesn't need to wait 2 weeks or 30 days.
Well, then, with that being said, who's going to reach out to get the findings on that?
I think that'd be Lisa.
Let me interject just a little bit. The guy from WTH
Scott?
said that he would help take care of anything that we needed. So maybe that would be something that he would make himself available for.
Well, then who's going, yeah, because it's Scott, I think is his name or whatever. Who's going to be the designated point of contact to reach out to him to make this happen?
I nominate Jack White.
Well, I thought I already nominated Lisa.
So you got two levels here. I will be reaching out to him because we're gonna need help with getting everything moved down there. I don't know what equipment will come to be doing that part of it and to get my new person up and going. We can't do anything before we go to the council. If Lisa, and they're gonna do that transition, then I think it should be just the commissioner saying that these duties are gonna transfer to 911, no matter who the coordinator is, because aren't they the ones that decided that WTH was doing it, or that Suzanne was doing it to begin with?
I think the commissioners made that decision.
Was it an ordinance, or was it a draft, or was it just verbal, or what the?
It was just in a meeting.
So do we need to move it now? Transfer it now to get the works in motion for 911 to take over that directive, or?
I think because it's needed now. I mean, something could come up today or whenever, so I think the transition needs to happen, and Lisa can reach out to him as well, so he can show her what she's doing, and then it's already in place when the new person comes in, if it's not Lisa.
Sorry, Lisa, but I happen to agree with Jack on this one. I mean, Jack and I deal with these emergency closings and bridges all the time. One central place that leaves out any error, you know, there have been mistakes made that, you know, it didn't get recorded, and I mean, I'm not poking fingers to who, I mean, it's been a long time, but I mean, if it just goes to one central spot, then we lose that. That's the reason when I have an issue, I talk to Jack directly. I'm not talking to a half a dozen different people, and he gets those folks notified that I need to notify, but then you had the element of getting it on the site that this was closed, et cetera, and those folks are the ones that are the most important we deal with. I mean, that's where Chris gets his information, the fire departments, and all of that, so.
It just makes sense for it to be 911. It's a central place. If
Well-
you want to send me that guy's information, like you were gonna send it to Matt and a couple other people, then I'll just reach out to him.
Okay, you win. It's on you. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Are you, again?
Shelley pointed out that we didn't address the Intertech.
I didn't say a thing.
The Intertech contract will be on the 20th. It's tabled for today. Anybody else? Joe, you got anything? You ain't said much.
I'm about to eat your arm. Motion
Joe Fry says we're done. Anybody else got anything? Appreciate everybody coming. It's been 4 hours. Hopefully, here in the near future, these meetings will be cut shorter. Don't look at me like that, so. Got anything else? Meeting adjourned. Sir, did you, wait a minute.
Building department, water, I need to get a building permit, so there's no one here.
We don't even have a building department at the moment, sir.
So,
Just-
for me to go on, what do I need to do? Just go start building?
Okay. We will,
I don't want to do that, because everything's
meeting adjourned. We'll, be down there at the building department here in just a few minutes. The building administrator resigned yesterday, so we'll be down there in just a little bit.